If you're trying to fall asleep, then you're in the right place, because tonight we're going through 4 hours of random, weird, and oddly fascinating Gumball lore, starting off by going over every fourth wall break in Gumball, from small fourth wall breaks like winking at the camera, to plot holes with the Watterson house that don't make any sense. The creators of Gumball love breaking the fourth wall, so in this video, I went through all 280 episodes of the amazing world of Gumball, and gathered all the fourth wall breaks I could find. Let's start in Season 8 and work our way back, starting with the rewrite. In this episode, they don't just break the fourth wall, but they nuke it. The entire premise is about Rob literally rewriting the ending of Season 6 to stop Gumball and Darwin from finding out the truth. What is the truth that he's hiding? Well, it's that they're living inside of a TV show. Yes, the characters are now literally aware that they're in a TV show. It doesn't get more meta than that. Plus, there are some small fourth wall breaks with the brothers questioning different odd occurrences, like the camera changing perspective, how their bodies can contort into grotesque looking creatures, but then be changed back to normal, and most importantly, why they can do this with their butts. The Necroprancer is next, and in this episode, Darwin tries to find Carrie a body after Gumball refuses to keep being her temporary body for when they make out. When Gumball complains about how awful it is being possessed, he compares it to having a streaming service without ads.
Because my body's been hammered more than the skip ad button on a streaming service.
Funnily enough, this is a fourth wall break as Gumball streams on Hulu, and their basic plan has ads. The pants is next, and in this episode, Banana Joe just starts randomly wearing pants, which Gumball absolutely despises. He just cannot handle the change, and constantly bothers Banana Joe until he's had enough. He goes on a meta fourth wall break rant about how pretty much everyone in Elmore is literally naked, so why can't he just wear what he likes? The tracking is next, and in this episode, Richard makes a bet with Harold that whoever is in better shape by the end of the week has to pay the other's bills for an entire month. In order to beat Harold, Richard gets a fitness tracker watch, which each of the family members takes turns using. Gumball tries using the watch, but he can't get anything done, and when Darwin uses the watch, it also doesn't help. When Gumball gives the watch to Anais, he says that the problem was probably because Gumball couldn't perform well while being watched. And after he says this, he very creepily turns towards the camera and looks straight at us. The labels is next. And in this episode, Mr. Small is fired, as the school has found a newer and better guidance counselor, Mrs. Combs. Gumball and Darwin are outraged by this, and go to Principal Brown's office, where they meet Mrs. Combs and immediately get labeled. Gumball gets labeled as bad, and Darwin gets labeled as vulnerable. She then goes around and starts labeling everybody else in school. The fourth wall break in this episode is supposed to be commenting on schools in real life, as there's a lot of schools that labeled kids as bad or disobedient, which makes them feel cornered and manipulated. Next up is the diary. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin find diary entries for someone professing their love for a guy named Wilson, whom they believe is written by Claire. The first fourth wall break comes when Gumball and Darwin try to find the book to conceal the pages of the diary. The book they decide to use is one describing how the British Empire was a positive to the world, which is clearly a sarcastic jab at the Empire. The next fourth wall break in this episode is a lot more convoluted. So it says in the description of this episode that Gumball and Darwin think that the diary belongs to Claire. The only reason why Gumball and Darwin believe the diary belonged to Claire is because in the previous episode revolving around Claire, the vibes were the same, which Gumball and Darwin would only know if they watched the episode. So I think it's a pretty clear fourth wall break. The Unfollow is the final episode we're going to be looking at in Season 8, and this episode is just one massive fourth wall break. The plot of the episode revolves around their biggest fan, Sarah, not wanting to be their fan anymore. The premise already breaks the fourth wall, as Sarah is meant to be a stand-in for fans in real life of the show who are crazy and obsessive, but then we see in Gumball and Darwin's attempts at regaining Sarah's love that one way is by literally increasing their animation budget, with them now looking like a 60s cartoon. Lastly, they directly reference Skibbity Toilet, with Gumball and Darwin saying that they need to intellectually stimulate Sarah in order to gain her her love bat. This just clearly shows how the writers love breaking the fourth wall and want to tell us how stupid Skibidi Toilet is. But next, let's move on to some fourth wall breaks from season 7. First, let's start with the portrait. In this episode, the entire Watterson family wants to get a family portrait, but their new family members keep coming in and interrupting them. The fourth wall break in this episode is one of my personal favorites, as it addresses something that has been in the background for 14 years, that being the portrait of the Watterson family that has remained unchanged. They even address one of the most common questions about the portrait, being why do they look so shocked?
Besides, it's not just that photo. My birthday dinner, Christmas time, the one and only vacation we had last year.
To be honest, I never thought that they would talk about this photo, and I especially didn't think they'd address that question. We also have, in the same episode, a pizza that can walk that is wearing glasses, which is meant to be a nod to Pizza Steve, another character from the show Uncle Grandpa, and this crossover counts as another fourth wall break. But now, let's move on to the wrinkle, and yet again, this one is pretty interesting, with the camera literally breaking in this fourth wall break. Next, we have the gut, and just like the Necroprancer from earlier, the writers prove that no one's off limits in this episode, as the gang watch trash TV on a streaming service called Hulu. This is clearly a reference to Hulu, the streaming service that Gumball airs on, so I think it's pretty easily the best fourth wall break in this season. Next, we have the entrance. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin want to make a grand entrance into Tobias's party, so they need to get new outfits. We see them trying different outfits, which get increasingly more flamboyant and outrageous. In fact, these outfits are literally the same outfits that celebrities like Rihanna and Bad Bunny wore to the Met Gala. So these outfits are clearly a fourth wall break. Next, we have the app, and the fourth wall break in here is really obvious. In this episode, Nicole and the rest of Elmore download an app called ClickSat, where you can share videos that are short form, vertical, and completely stupid. This is clearly a parody of Reels and TikToks. But what about the episode The Boring, where the entire concept of this episode is actually a fourth wall break, because every time they talk to Molly, it quite literally freezes their world. If this isn't a fourth wall break, I don't know what is. But now, let's talk about the distance. And in this episode, Gumball and Darwin seem to be getting a little too close. So Nicole makes Darwin a new bedroom and splits the two apart for a while. Now, looking at the previous track record of whenever the Watterson family tries something, you'd probably guess that something bad would happen, and that's exactly right. But the interesting part is that the writers are aware that people would probably pick up on this and make a joke about it in the episode, with Anna Yeast betting that this idea would go bad in 24 hours.
I bet you $1 that this plan is gonna blow up in your face in less than 24 hours.
Well, officer, what are the charges?
But now, let's move on to the burger, with the entire intro of it being a fourth wall break, because at the beginning, Gumball and Darwin wake up in a super dusty house after sleeping for 7 years. And although this seems like a funny excuse, it's actually the amount of time since we got our last episode of The Amazing World of Gumball. Now, let's move on to season 6, starting off with the biggest cliffhanger in Gumball history, the Inquisition, when Superintendent Evil, who turns out to just be Rob in disguise, shows up at Elmore Junior High. He calls out their cartoon behavior, basically confirming that they're just cartoon characters.
I've had enough of your cartoonish conduct.
He then tries to turn everybody into humans, and Gumball and Darwin take it to themselves to turn back to their original forms. And when Gumball successfully turns Banana Joe Bat, this happens. In the episode The Mess, Gumball and Darwin are put in charge of watching Penny's little sister, Polly. But since they've stayed up all night watching videos, they are completely sleep deprived, and they think they've lost Polly, so they go searching for her. But they keep dozing off and waking up in chaotic moments they don't even remember getting into, which leads to this moment.
What is happening here, man? It's like our lives are being edited by some 13-year-old vlogger or something.
In the episode The Web, the adults in Elmore are completely stupid on how to use technology and basic internet safety, and they make a song on how gullible they are to things on the internet. And if you take a closer look at the background, a headline of a news article reads, "How to know if you live in a TV show." In the episode The Agent, Leslie asks why Gumball is dressed weirdly, which leads to this awkward moment.
Well, It all started at swim club. And wait for it.
In the flashback, Gumball ends up getting a tuxedo from the Lost and Found. After losing him in Darwin's clothes, and with his new suit, Gumball starts acting like James Bond, posing in different angles and saying the most random things on camera, like he knows we are watching him.
And I think I know just the robot.
Bobbert!
Yes, I was trying to be mysterious.
But Bobbert's the only robot we know.
Yes, all right.
In the episode The Factory, Gumball and Darwin are excited to visit Nicole's workplace, imagining it'll be all sunshine and rainbows. While listing what they expect to see, Gumball actually whistles the song that ends up playing later.
We'll see all the colors we mixed in the palette by Dancing Unicorn.
Let's find out how they put these magic colors in the sky.
With unicorns and pixies, candy cane and apple pie.
The next fourth wall break happens inside the Rainbow Factory, when Gumball and Darwin press a big shiny red button. The factory starts exploding with bright colors, and the paint literally splatters on screen. In the episode The Future, Rob kidnaps Barbara Banana to use her to paint the future, and after a search for her and a whole fight later, Rob is erased from existence, but then painted back in the void. When Gumball suggests they'll see him again in the future, Barbara Banana says,
There is no future.
as she looks at the camera. In the episode The Silence, Gumball and Darwin can't keep up a conversation, which leads Darwin to say this.
Yeah, it goes limper than an animator's handshake.
Probably not the best idea to insult people who literally draw you. Later in the episode, Darwin gets trapped in a dumpster car. Gumball then uses his knowledge of his best friend to track him down. Along the way, he finds Darwin's shoe and mentions that it has holes, just like bad TV plots that rely on lazy writing to solve big problems.
And what are the Swiss famous for? Cheese. And Swiss cheese is full of holes. And what else has holes in it? Plots of bad TV shows that use hack writing to resolve an important bit of action.
He even looks right at the camera while saying it. I wonder what show he's talking about. In the episode The Buddy, Anais and Jamie, probably the most random duo in the universe, get blamed for giving the school computers a virus, so they team up and try to find the real culprit. At one point, they ask the librarian, who last checked out the dictionary, but since they're in a library, they have to whisper. So quiet, in fact, that captions appear, and when a sound doesn't play, but it's shown in the captions, Jamie points at it asking what it is. In the same scene, it's mentioned that Gumball and Darwin were sailing the 7 seas while watching cartoons on pirating websites. Anais asks why people use those sketchy sites. She starts to explain how they always freeze, then immediately freezes herself mid-sentence. In the episode The Drama, when Gumball confronts Darwin about Carrie and her ex meeting together, Darwin asks if he was spying on them, which leads to this moment.
Grow up, Darwin. It's the 21st century. Everyone's spying on everyone. There's probably someone watching us right now. Huh? What?
In the episode The Ghouls, it's Halloween in Elmore, and everyone joins in to sing the song directly to us, the viewers, all about how much they love Halloween, from the candy to the scamming. In the episode The Ad, Richard blows all their money for groceries on a horse named Wonder Club, which Nicole actually has prepared for a scenario like this, but the buyers can't pick up the horse till next month, so now the family has to figure out how to survive until then. After Gumball's funny joke about using his college trust fund, Richard decides to call an old friend, Don Lucino Pizzeria. And during their conversation, Richard's arm goes over the split screen and even pushes a button to switch the other side to static like a remote. Anais then proposes they rent out their house, which gives the rest the idea of money, except for Richard, who is thinking of this, as everyone else looks an absolute whore. In the episode The Understanding, Principal Brown introduces a new kid named Peter Pepperoni and plays his xylophone with a familiar theme.
Oh, that'll do.
After that, he gets Gumball and Darwin to show Peter around the school. Gumball immediately thinks it's because of his flawless fashion sense, which leads to this.
Well, I can see why you came to us. You want a pair of guys down with the streets, just a couple of cool dudes who are so confident in their fashion choices, they haven't changed their outfits in 6 years.
And the same kind of joke happens right after, with a character named Pants Bully.
Hygiene violation order? I guess serving hot dogs in my underwear for 6 years was gonna catch up with me one day.
Yeah, it's definitely time to wear something on top of his underwear while serving hot dogs. In the episode The Transformation, when trying to help Penny and her family settle an argument about her shell, Penny's mother cries in a bucket through her eye holes, which leads to this interesting question.
If you think that's weird, imagine what it's like going to the bathroom. Yeah, oh, maybe don't.
On a real note, how do they use the bathroom? In the episode The Spin-Offs, Rob hijacks the channel and tries to replace Gumball with other shows. When that fails, he asks the internet to find one kids would love, which is Scooby-Doo. But because it's on a different channel, it leads to this moment.
Great. Then from now on, children, you should give up on Gumball and watch this other guy.
But isn't that on a different channel? So...
No, wait!
In the episode The Shippening, Sarah finds a magic notebook from the Awesome Store, where whatever she draws becomes real. And on the cover, you'll see the Cartoon Network logo slapped right on it. But with such power, of course, Sarah ships everyone across Elmore, which makes for some interesting ships, to say the least. And in one scene with Hot Dog Guy and Claire, the waves of love are a little too real, when actual waves appear, and the camera gets wet, but afterwards, we see more of Sarah's weird ships, with one of them being Gumball and Carrie, which Darwin says,
I mean, you're gonna steal Carrie from me! It's supposed to be Carwin, not Carball! You home-wrecking woman-eater!
But as Gumball, Darwin, and Sarah try to fix all the chaos, Gumball starts running out of ideas to break couples up, and he keeps repeating himself, saying,
What? You think you can just lock 3 people in a room and pressure them to keep coming up with gold? Eventually, they'll start repeating material. I mean, what? You think you can just lock 3 people in a room and pressure them to keep coming up with gold? Eventually, they'll start
In the episode The Candidate, it starts off in pure chaos, with everyone fighting each other, which Gumball pauses to explain what happened. Long story short, they got locked in a room, ran out of food, started arguing, and ended up electing Gumball as their leader, which obviously did not turn out well. As we go back to Gumball, this happens.
Gumball, what are you doing?
I'm dictating my memoir. What do you think of the title? An eagle amongst pigeons.
In the episode The Anybody, Gumball and Darwin chase Clayton all over Elmore as he shapeshifts into different characters and causes total chaos. It then all leads to a chase, where Gumball and Clayton switch places, and Clayton starts bragging about how a typical Gumball episode goes.
That's just what we do. We run around for a while and then we save the day.
There's usually a bit more to it than that!
You're right. Sometimes we sing.
In the episode The Cringe, Gumball and Hot Dog Guy try to confront once and for all why they're so awkward around each other. They try a talent show performance, a fake father-son talk, and even a memory box that reveals a lifetime of uncomfortable moments, and destroy all their past memories and settle everything out with a hug that's finally not awkward anymore. But after everything, the hands from before come back and punch both of them. In the episode The One, Tobias believes he's much closer to Gumball than he actually is, inserting himself into conversations as if he had the same bond to Gumball that Darwin does, even bringing up a past experience in the episode The Phone and claiming he was a part of it. But when Gumball finally confronts Tobias, he admits what was really bothering him.
What do you mean there are unspoken differences between types of friends and that we're kind of okay friends but not best friends?
Well,
What do you mean this all stems from a narcissistic delusion brought on by my inner fear about facing my true place in the universe?
In the episode The Vegging, Gumball and Darwin decide to pull a Richard, aka doing absolutely nothing, but the universe clearly has other plans, throwing everything at them to get them moving, from alien invasions to a complete downfall of Elmore, which after all that, Darwin finally says,
I think we should stop tuning things out. I'm kind of losing the plot here. Meh.
Then when Gumball reached for the remote, this happens.
you know what? Forget it.
And for the final fourth wall break, you'll need to look really closely at the TV screen when Gumball is dealing with his burrito order, which if put together would say the show ends after season blank. In the episode The Rival, when Gumball and Darwin try to teach baby Anais a lesson by putting her in a box and leaving her outside. Except she was never in the box, but they didn't know that. And when the box gets taken to the dump, almost getting destroyed, Gumball steps right in before that can happen. Darwin, making for a funny gag.
Oh, I guess there is an advantage to being 2D.
But now, let's move on to Season 5. And as we keep progressing forward, there will be less fourth wall breaks in every season. And that's because as the show went on, it started getting more meta. But trust me, the quality of these fourth wall breaks don't get any worse. And in fact, I think they get better. Cause in the episode The Puppets, while cleaning out old toys from a garage sale, Gumball and Darwin find their childhood puppets, which Darwin becomes really attached to, and even takes them into the bath, which leads to this funny moment.
Dude, can you cover yourself up first? Oh, yeah, sorry.
The episode then goes into a magic world in their imagination, leading to a bunch of other fourth wall breaks, with green screen people, Gumball imitating a dramatic record scratch, and Grady humming dramatic music, only for Gumball to ask what that was. In the episode The Nuisance, when finding out the citizens of Elmore want them to move away from Elmore, we see a bunch of examples of why that is, with Gumball specifically whistling the background music as he uses a museum as a bathroom. In the episode The Petals, Gumball and Darwin try to bring Leslie's beauty back, but the more they help, the uglier he gets, until they get to the final solution, which is cutting off Leslie's head. Of course, he doesn't want to get his head chopped off and makes a run for it, but Gumball and Darwin chase after him, all while acting like they're in a gardening show.
Today's episode is about the seasonal decapitation of flowers.
In the episode The Worst, the Watersons all complain about how hard their lives are, so they decide to switch roles. But after struggling in each other's shoes, they realize they actually prefer their original lives, and wraps it up by saying everyone has it really bad equally. Nicole, on the other hand, doesn't agree, as she just starts explaining why.
Well, no. Actually, there are some real imbalances that...
Exactly. Turns out everyone has it the worst.
Oh, no, that's the problem. Men just don't listen. Women always get cut off in the middle of their...
In the episode The Singing, everyone in Elmore is singing. From how much they love food to manners, everyone has something to sing about. And when it's time for a background character to go, he says this.
Dude, I'm just a background character. I'm not supposed to say anything.
In the episode The Heist, Richard somehow ends up robbing $2 million, and the Watersons try to figure out how to return it without getting arrested. Everyone throws out ideas, with Richard's plan being to hide the money, turn himself in, and collect it in 20 years. But when he finally goes back, the money's gone, with the culprits, of course, being his own family, who found the money in a flash forward.
Wait, how did you know where I hid it?
We're watching your flash forward.
Oh, come on, that doesn't seem fair.
In the episode The Weirdo, when looking at a normal day of Sussy's life, it gets weird really fast. And before it can go any further, this happens.
I think I've seen enough, thank you.
In the episode The Sorcerer, Gumball becomes obsessed with learning magic after seeing Miss Yodathumb's powers, and convinces her to train him, which was all just a trick to get him and Darwin to clean her cave. Then Darwin and Gumball break into a full-blown song, and the items look at the camera from time to time.
You don't wanna be a doctor, a lawyer, or a dentist. You wanna study magic, be a sorcerer's apprentice.
In the episode The Diet, Gumball and Darwin help Richard with his obsessive eating and put him on lockdown. But when they see he somehow got a burger, Darwin has to get in, only for it to turn out to be a trap, with Richard in the ceiling like he's about to eat Darwin. When Darwin tries to wipe it off, he ends up getting it on the camera lens. When that doesn't work, they realize they should have used his weakness of food to get him to exercise, which Darwin points out he needs.
Synth rock and crossfades?
He also points out how the montage was under a minute.
I knew all we needed to get Dad fit was a montage.
Yeah, and quick too. It was under a minute.
In the episode The Stars, Gumball and Darwin go on a reviewing spree across town, leading to everyone getting stars above their head, which obviously they shouldn't be seeing. In the episode The Catfish, it starts with Gumball on his computer, and Darwin asks if he's searching his name online again, leading to this.
Are you searching your name online again?
No, I've learned my lesson. Every time I close my eyes, I can still see those weird drawings of me. Who draws that stuff?
And I don't want to imagine what else he might have seen of himself on the internet. In the episode, The Ollie, when Gumball claims he's a skater, Darwin calls him a poser and says that he's never seen him ride a skateboard. And that leads to this funny fourth wall break.
Well, like how you always hold your head at a 3/4 angle because you look weird otherwise.
I don't see how that proves I'm a poser.
In the episode The Box, the Watersons get a box and imagine the things that they can do inside of it. Gumball imagines a teleportation gun, Nicole imagines money, and Ayes imagines a zombie apocalypse from a nuclear gun, and I think you get the point. But when it's Darwin's turn, Gumball does this.
Eyes of a kid!
I said it would be a huge letdown.
In the episode The Matchmaker, Gumball enlists Carrie to help him set up Darwin and Terry, trying to fake quarantine, shouting secrets, and online marriage. Carrie keeps sabotaging the plans because she likes Darwin, except she feels guilty and decides to actually help, making a love potion which randomly starts playing a song.
Where's that music coming from?
It's just what happens when you stir a love potion.
In the episode The Outside, the Watersons think Frankie wants a familiar environment like prison, but all Frankie hears is bring Grandpa Frankie home, which based on his living situation, anyone would prefer. At one point, he squeezes a bottle of dirty water that splashes onto the camera, breaking the fourth wall. In the episode The Fuss, Nicole is mad at Richard for not knowing it's their anniversary, which it turns out that she misread the date, but when asked why she gets so upset over the things that she says not to have a fuss about, she explains people don't always mean what they say, and out of nowhere, subtitles pop up with examples.
Or, it's fine, honey.
Which both she and Gumball can see. But not knowing why she's so mad, Richard decides to get the date tattooed on his butt, and when they try to stop him, he keeps getting stopped by the split screen. In the episode The Potato, when eating a baked potato in front of Idaho, who is a potato by the way, Darwin opens it up when smashing it, and gets it on the camera. In the episode The Copycats, the Watersons find a doppelganger family copying their every move, so they start doing dangerous stunts hoping the copycats are no more, and in the end, the copycats are presumed to be gone, with Gumball and Darwin saying they're irreplaceable just for this to happen.
That'll teach them for trying to replace us.
Yeah, as if anyone else could do what I do.
Yeah, we're irreplaceable.
The entire episode is also a fourth wall break, since it's focused on copycats from an actual show called Miracle Star, which is a Chinese ripoff of Gumball. In the episode The Test, Tobias replaces Gumball as the loser, and we get a bunch of fourth wall breaks that I'll quickly go over, like Gumball getting labeled as the loser character, Sarah being the anime-obsessed fangirl who stalks the loser, and Darwin being the lovable sidekick. Sarah mentions how Tobias replaced Gumball as the main character,
And I think Tobias has replaced Gumball as the loser in the grand sitcom of our lives.
Hearing the laugh track, Tobias looks at the camera, and when Tobias makes a pun in the hospital, a guitar cue plays, so Sarah grabs the guitar and smashes it onto the screen. In the episode The Code, the Watersons' Wi-Fi goes out after Mr. Robinson changes the password, so Gumball and Darwin have to sneak in to get it back, and after some imagination and hacking later, they get to the computer where you can see the Cartoon Network logo and the initials of the Amazing World of Gumball. In the episode The Boredom, Gumball and Darwin are bored out of their minds, so they wander around town hoping that something exciting will happen. All while total chaos unfolds beneath them, from cops crashing into each other to lightsaber testing. But they miss all of it, and after a full day of nothing but craziness happens, they head home to go right back to staring at the clock when this happens.
High five goes ride the whip. High five goes ride the horse. Good morning. Oh, good morning.
In the episode The Stories, Molly's stories are so unbearably boring that even Darwin wishes he was in a crossfade montage. Well, it's literally happening.
I wish life was like in movies. Right now, we'd be going through some crossfade montage instead of suffering through every single word.
That was ironic.
After feeling so bad that nobody wants to listen to her boring stories, they decide to create an insane story for her to tell. And then here, before Tina and Bobbert go at it, you can see the camera get fogged up when Tina roars. Now, for the last episode in season 5, we got the rerun. And while a lot of the fourth wall breaks are basically just some funny moments, this episode takes it to a whole new level. Taking place after the episode The Disaster, which will be important in a minute, the episode leans hard into fourth wall breaks. It all starts with Rob getting new powers through a remote that can control the entire show, and uses it to destroy Gumball's world, and it causes all these fourth wall breaks. Flashbacks into previous episodes with Rob, when Darwin once again reads the subtitles, Gumball rearranges them, and Darwin accidentally swallows most of them. He rewinds Nicole and Richard, Rob fast forwards to make Gumball move at high speed, he keeps changing the brightness, contrast, and framing of the episode. When Rob presses zoom, Gumball hits mute, cutting off all the sound. Then he presses channel and ends up on the news station briefly, wondering if the world is just a giant TV screen before going back in and chasing Rob. But all the fourth wall breaks in this episode don't even end here, as they go all the way back to season 4, episode 40, The Disaster, where the fourth wall breaks all started. So I'll go over them quickly again. The song the Watersons sing is just the end credits theme with different lyrics.
Nothing can go wrong, we'll be happy all day long. And that's the reason why we sing the song.
When Rob rewinds time with the remote, he goes back through the episode's title card, intro, the UK version, the CN's Check It 3.0 bumper, and even the end credits. Rob messes with Nicole and Richard's relationship by taking off the parental filter. Rob adjusts the screen resolution and contrast, changing how the image looks on screen. When Rob changes the language during Gumball's conversation with Penny, she immediately notices that they're speaking a different one. Rob admits that he never wanted to be a villain, and he wanted to be the sidekick who got a plush toy in a spin-off. He also reveals that the world of Elmore isn't even real. When Rob and Gumball are fighting, the remote keeps messing up the episode anywhere after. Music, slow motion, power off format. As Gumball falls into the void, the other side of the portal turns into a TV screen, showing the end credits rolling, the closing theme playing. Now, that's a lot of fourth wall breaks in just one episode. Continuing with fourth wall breaks, we got the episode The Scam. Gumball and Carrie come up with a story about Gargoth, leading to this moment. In the episode The Compilation, Gumball and Darwin do several made-up challenges, and in the high-pitched voice challenge, this happens.
Oh no, I broke the camera.
I don't think it was the camera.
Afterwards, a narrator takes us to look at a lost episode of Gumball we've never seen before.
Warning, not for the faint-hearted. You are about to see the first real footage from a lost episode called No Breathing.
And for the last ones, it's the citizens of Elmore singing Weird Like You and Me, on how everyone is weird, so don't feel left out.
Weird like you and me.
In the episode The Fury, Nicole's old friend Yuki challenges Nicole to a fight. At first, she just ignores her, but after threatening her life, she accepts. And there's no challenge without an anime art style change, leading to this moment.
Takes ages to get anywhere on these legs.
In the episode The Slap, Gumball wants Tobias to slap his butt, so he tries several different tactics to make this happen. One of them involves pretending to choke so that Tobias will pat him on the back, but instead of getting his butt slapped, this happens.
I got this.
When that doesn't work, Gumball breaks into a full-on song, where he then comes up with the idea for Darwin to switch places with him at the last second to finally get slapped, which is when Tobias can be heard whistling the same Gumball song from earlier.
So is it not inviting?
In the episode The Blame, Felicity bans video games, but after Gumball and Darwin's performance, she gives Gumball 3 chances to prove that her games are beneficial, which leads to this moment. In the episode The Night, the moon speaks to the viewer for most of the episode, looking at the citizens of Elmore's dreams and nightmares. Some are as innocent as wanting to be a dough made into a bun.
I'm a bun, I'm a bun, I'm a tasty, tasty bun.
And there's also crazier ones like sussies. Other characters also realize what's happening inside the episode, like Larry noticing the pixie dust transition, and Daisy waking up from her dream and talking to us. In the episode The Bus, Rocky convinces the kids that they don't have to go to school, but things take a weird turn when they get held for ransom by some so-called criminals, who turned out to be their parents trying to teach them a lesson. In the end, it's revealed that Rob was behind the whole thing, planning an $1 million high-speed chase, which Rocky, who was also intrigued of what was happening, says,
"Sorry, it's kind of hard to keep your eyes on the road when there's a crucial plot twist happening in the back of your world."
In the episode The Nest, Watterson's neighbor, Gary, is missing, so Gumball and Darwin set out on a mission to find him, and while looking for clues, this happens.
Nah, if it was, it'd be more dramatic than that.
In the episode The Awkwardness, Gumball ran out of ketchup and decided to go to the mall to buy some. And on the walk there, he's rapping at the camera about how much he loves ketchup.
Ketchup is my favorite sauce, it is the condiment of peace. Ketchup is so useful, you just grate on many things. You can use it on a burger or spaghetti bolognese. You can use it to clean your ears or even wash your face.
In the episode The Love takes every odd shape imaginable when Bobbert catches a love virus, leading to Gumball, Darwin, and the citizens of Elmore to explore romance. But in the third segment about chemistry, the narrator breaks the fourth wall by explaining love directly to us, the viewer.
Oh, well, scratch that. There are no rules to love, so let's just dance.
In the episode The Signal, the episode glitches multiple times, leading to some interesting fourth wall breaks.
Yeah, that one makes you look kind of...
Yeah, I get it. How about this?
Yeah, that one makes you look...
Yeah, too Canadian.
Come on, let's just thug it out.
Gumball and Darwin come to the conclusion that they're in a TV show, but just as they piece it together, the episode shifts to the Watterson family eating dinner. In the episode The Origins, we get a look at Gumball and Darwin's origin story and how they met. They instantly bond. When Gumball wants to show this, the camera crashes into Gumball's face multiple times, as if it's trying to get his attention.
Nope, still don't get it. Nope.
In the episode The Uploads, Gumball and Darwin try to get off the internet, but after one video, they get sucked in, literally, watching Elmore stream. Things start breaking the fourth wall once one video, Gorilla vs. Killer Whale, has the Cartoon Network logo. Then Gumball stumbles onto a trailer for the Amazing World of Gumball movie, just to turn out to be a troll. In the episode The Routine, Richard is on a mission to retrieve one thing, mayonnaise, but immediately falls asleep, which leads to this.
Let the quest begin!
In the episode The Return, Richard loses the kids and tries to retrace his steps. He ends up at the mall and remembers leaving them in a ball pit, only to find out that they're being shipped somewhere else. So he goes into dad mode and starts chasing the truck. And of course, no chase scene is complete without the perfect music. A radio announcer says,
"The right music at the right time. Coming up next, 3 minutes 50 of non-stop chase music."
But now we're getting into season 3, which is a lot more OG, and they used fourth wall breaks a lot more sparingly back then. And we're starting with the episode The Money, where the episode literally breaks down. It starts off at Joyful Burger. After Richard wastes all their money, the Wattersons are totally broke. They're offered a chance though to be in a Joyful Burger commercial, but Gumball says no, because he doesn't want to sell out. From there, we get a couple glances at the camera, and even the entire episode breaking down from final product to literal sticky notes. In the episode The Triangle, Darwin joins the school marching band, and Gumball gets jealous because he wanted to stay losers together. And when holding him back, the others are playing their instruments, which leads to this.
How do we get better?
Through a training montage!
Precisely, Sussy.
later, Gumball gets blamed for messing with Darwin's whistle and gets banned from the band. But after finding a cardboard cutout of Darwin, he realizes that someone else is behind it.
But who could it be? It could be anyone. Everyone's a suspect. There's no way of knowing who did this. Ow! Right, all right, Banana Joe, I get it!
In the episode The Countdown, a timer appears on screen that Gumball and Darwin can see, giving them just 6 minutes to get to school. But in a rush to make it, this happens. In the episode The Safety, Darwin becomes obsessively protective after watching a safety video. But not only does Darwin become very protective, but the show as well.
But it always looks like that. Oh, that's because I put the child filter on the house.
What the? Wait, what's happening? It's like there's some kind of device censoring every gosh word I say.
Gumball, Anais, and Nicole crash into a warning notice.
Warning. These stunts are performed by cartoon characters. Do not under any circumstances attempt to imitate or recreate the majority of things that happen in cartoons. Obviously.
Nicole is aware of the sound effects and fighting gets censored.
Did anyone see what happened? I'm pretty sure I didn't hit this guy.
In the episode The Oracle, Gumball finds one of Banana Barbara's paintings that predicts that he'll end up naked in the mall. And despite his best efforts to change fate, everything in the painting comes true, and it ends with this. In the episode The Shell, Gumball and Penny are in the final scene of their school play, Beauty and the Beast. When Penny says it's time for the big kiss, Gumball, feeling the pressure, wonders why they're always in space whenever this happens. In the episode The Lie, it's January, and after coming out of such a happy month like December, everyone is down. So Gumball and Anais decide to create their own holiday to cheer everyone up. Throughout the episode, the narrator speaks to the viewer, even interrupting the episode when Darwin is about to scream.
We'll save you the pain of how loud Darwin's sound was. Just imagine the scream of 1,000,000 chihuahuas.
In the episode The Allergy, Darwin starts sneezing uncontrollably, and his sneezes get so intense that they start wrecking everything. Everyone thinks that he's allergic to stupidity, but in the end, Anais figures out that it was just a feather from their pillow that got stuck in his gills the whole time. But before the episode ends, this happens. In the episode The Move, Clayton's lying has gone too far, so Gumball and Darwin try to confront him, which leads to this moment.
All right, enough. You need to control yourself, man.
In the episode The Fraud, Gumball and Darwin are in Principal Brown's office for being naked in school. They ask how he knew, which leads to this.
Oh, it was the pixelated part!
When Principal Brown goes on about how lying is bad, he gets exposed for having a fake diploma, so Principal Brown tries everything to get them to not tell. From bribing them with money to turning himself into a cool kid. But when he tries to trick them in a safe, he winks at the camera, and Gumball also looks at the camera. In the episode The Extras, when Gumball and Darwin complain that nothing exciting ever happens, a green bear suddenly bursts into a song about how they want to be noticed. In the episode The Fan, Sarah becomes obsessed with inserting herself into Gumball and Darwin's life, treating everything like a scripted story, causing this fourth wall break.
What is that? What are you doing?
Now, for the last episode of season 3, we got the kids. Gumball and Darwin make fun of their parents for being old, and Gumball even points out that he's been 12 forever.
Yeah, dude, I've been 12 for like forever now.
But when their voices suddenly drop, everything changes. They get mistaken for adults, kicked off of the bus, and struggle to communicate with others, which leads to a bunch of fourth wall breaks. Gumball's face is squished by Patrick's side of the split screen, and in the end, their voices become even younger than before, which leads Darwin to say,
That means we're in the 1% of people who never grow old.
As we move on to season 2, we begin with a banger episode, the finale. The Watersons need to pay a huge bill for their damages in previous episodes, so they split up and try to fix their problems in their own way, but all end up in jail. Gumball questions why the episode isn't wrapping up on a happy note, showing he knows the typical structure of an episode, and Anais suddenly says,
Show's over.
directly nodding to the show's ending format. But after some inspiring hearing words from Gumball, they break out of jail and realize the only way to fix everything is to cause more chaos. When they do that, they all go back to the house where all of Elmore is after them, and Gumball says,
The only thing that can save us is reality being completely reset by some kind of magic device!
In the episode The World, everyday objects in Elmore come to life and reveal their secret lives when no one is watching, and eventually take over the spotlight, singing at us. In the episode The Castle, Saturday and Richard is taking care of the kids, and after a trip to the store, we go back to the house, where Darwin mentions this.
Dude, have you noticed that your voice has changed?
What? You mean how I sound like a man and you screw like a piglet on helium?
In the episode The Game, Gumball and Darwin find their made-up board game, Dodger Dare. They warn everyone else of the dangers that the game has, but nobody listens, which leads to the game getting crazier and crazier, from simple dares like prank calls to the literal floor is lava. And when they realize they have to beat the game, Gumball pulls a card that says,
Dramatic music will play until the end of the game.
In the episode The Dream, Gumball has a surreal dream where Darwin kisses Penny, making him angry when he wakes up, and he holds a grudge. To patch things up, they build a tinfoil tunnel to enter each other's dreams, where this happens.
Dude, give me that feet! You don't need it, it's only your feet! That's all I have left to hide!
In the episode The Flakers, Darwin leaves Gumball to face Tina alone, so they get into another big fight until Anais steps in with a cupcake challenge to help them make up, and does this. Such a small thing can really just be a fourth wall break. In the episode The Apology, Gumball and Darwin try to let Miss Simeon know that her butt is showing, but she takes it the completely wrong way and spends the whole episode trying to get them in trouble. Her plans totally backfire and even mess up things with Principal Brown, so the boys decide to actually do something bad to help her out. But when she catches up to them and starts chasing them, Gumball yells,
Oh, why do I have to run every 8 minutes of my life?
Season 2 definitely had less fourth wall breaks, but wasn't shy to break the fourth wall from time to time. But now we've made it to Season 1, the beginning of everything. In the episode The Fight, Gumball gets bullied by Tina, and after Anais's failed attempts to stop it, he prepares for a schoolyard fight with the help from Richard's bunny hop technique and cardboard armor that Darwin made. But the fight turns into a chase through school. In the episode The Microwave, Gumball proudly shows Darwin his newest invention, the Gross Jar, a container packed with disgusting stuff like bird poop and throw up from Richard, leading to Gumball winking at the camera. In the episode The Car, Gumball and Darwin are playing the greatest board game ever, Dodger Dare, and they pull a card that says throw the ball to the moon using only shiny objects from the trash. So Gumball builds a launcher, but instead of going to the moon, the ball flies straight at him.
Hey, the card says no hands.
Ugh.
I'm convinced this is not a fourth wall break, and that Darwin can just do that. In the episode The Party, Rachel agrees to let her brother and her friends come to her party after he blackmails her, but only under one condition.
But you all have to bring
A date!
Uh-huh. Good luck!
After some awkward searching, Gumball ends up going with Tina, but when he's eventually left alone with Penny, it turns out that she's the one who's been asking him to go all along, and he was just way too clueless to get it. As they finally have their moment, we see the other time Gumball's in space with Penny, and when the party's over and everyone's gone, the last surprise comes when Miss Simeon and Principal Brown are caught hiding in the closet by none other than you. In the episode The Painting, Principal Brown misreads Anais's painting as a cry for help and switches the family's roles. Nicole stays at home and relaxes, Richard must find a job, and Gumball and Darwin are sent to Mr. Small, except this doesn't help at all. But before Principal Brown can say anything, Anais reveals she loved her family, exactly the way they are, with both of these two scenes happening after. In the episode The Spoon, Richard forgets Nicole's gifts and sends Gumball and Darwin to get one at the gas station, where they unknowingly help a robber named Sal Left Thumb. But when Gumball and Darwin get in the gas station, they wink at the camera 2 different times. So in the end, these are all of the fourth wall breaks that I could find in Gumball, from some crazy ones to some simple glances at the camera. Gumball is not shy to break the fourth wall when it needs to. Gumball has referenced many things in the show, from real life events to video games and even memes. But one of the coolest things I think that they routinely reference is anime. And they have done this so many times that I had to make a video going over all of the anime references in Gumball, starting off with our first reference in the episode The Lie. In this episode, Gumball and Anais trick the entirety of Elmore into thinking that there's a new holiday called Sluzzletag. This is because during January, there is absolutely nothing going on, which causes the entire town to be miserable. Gumball and Anais were just brainstorming ideas for new holidays when Darwin walked in and overheard them talking about Sluzzletag. Instead of saying it was just an idea, Gumball told Darwin that it was an actual holiday, and the townsfolk kind of just went with it. The entire town starts preparing for the Sluzzletag celebration, decorating their houses, singing carols, and dressing up in their finest Sluzzletag outfits. But Richard realizes that there's something missing. There's no Sluzzletag food. So Richard uses the power of an average American to create the Sluzzlewurst. And the scene where Richard creates the Sluzzlewurst is a reference to the transformation seen in the anime Sailor Moon. Next, we have the choices. In this episode, after a massive food fight breaks out between Richard and the kids, Nicole has a massive crash out that literally makes her rethink her entire life. She thinks back to the day that she met Richard. She was running late to a karate exam, but the traffic just wouldn't budge, so she got out of the car and ran. The way Nicole was running with her arms behind her back is supposed to be a reference to the Naruto run from, obviously, Naruto. Next, we have the Nemesis. In this episode, Gumball encounters his nemesis Rob, trying his best to take down Gumball, but all of his attempts fail miserably. So Gumball tries to help Rob become a better supervillain by giving him a new name, a new voice, and a new suit. When Rob puts the suit on, there's this badass suit up scene, which I initially thought was a Power Rangers reference, but according to the Gumball wiki, is actually a reference to Super Sentai, which is basically the Japanese Power Rangers. Super Sentai was actually one of the biggest inspirations for Power Rangers, along with a bunch of other animes such as Sailor Moon, Voltron, and Dragon Ball. Next is the Matchmaker. In this episode, Gumball sees Darwin crying over a picture of whom he thinks is Terry. Gumball gets Carrie's help to make this love potion that makes Terry and Darwin fall head over heels for each other. Carrie is upset though because she has a massive crush on Darwin, and now is just giving her away to Terry. However, Gumball is completely unaware that the person in the photo that Darwin is looking at is actually Carrie. So therefore, this whole matchmaking thing was actually useless, because Carrie already loved Darwin. Before Gumball goes to find Carrie to help her, he looks at the camera and says,
"This kid needs help, badly. And there's only one person who can help him badly enough."
This line, along with the face he makes, is clearly supposed to be an impersonation of Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! Up next, we have the Romantic. In this episode, Gumball leads Penny on a treasure hunt after she sends him only one heart emoji instead of 3. After an entire day of looking for Gumball, Penny ends up in the woods where she encounters a bear. Penny tries to transform into one of her stronger forms, but it doesn't work. However, the animation during her transformation attempt is very similar to the transformation in Sailor Moon. There have been a lot of Sailor Moon references so far, but the references later in this video are only going to keep getting more insane. Next, we have the Rival. In this episode, Anais is just being born, and let's just say she's acting very territorial. Gumball doesn't think she's doing any of the murderous stuff on purpose, but when he sees a baby eagle killing 2 of its siblings on TV, right before seeing a deadly baby shark.
And if you thought all babies were born innocent, check out these baby sharks eating each other before they're even born.
He gets freaked out and makes a face very similar to NL from One Piece. The Nobody is next. And in this episode, Gumball and Darwin try to find the person that's been stealing all of the stuff in their house. They are initially accused of stealing the stuff by their parents, but after they both interrogate each other, they realize that neither of them did it, and there was someone else actually living in their house. They looked for secret entrances to a secret room all over the house, until Darwin literally stumbles into a basement that they've never been to. They find out that it's actually Rob who's been living in their house all along, but before they can ask him any questions, he gets scared and runs away. Gumball and Darwin then try to approach him in a more quote-unquote family-friendly way, but they end up just looking like the Titans from Attack on Titan. The shippening is next. Sarah gets a new black notebook where whatever she writes in it comes true, so she decides to use it to make all of the ships that she has made up come to life. The face she makes when she writes furiously in the book is a reference to Light Yagami, the main character of the anime Death Note. The idea of the episode and Sarah's notebook is also a nod to the titular Death Note. The Others is up next, and this episode starts with a long run of Dragon Ball Z references. As in the beginning of the episode, Gumball tries going Super Saiyan by screaming a lot. All of this results in Gumball looking like an absolute maniac in the middle of the school, and for his tail to just sort of extend, which is really gross. But the most surprising thing about this is that Anais actually says Super Saiyan.
Still trying to turn into a Super Saiyan? Stop, you're gonna pop something important. All I have to do is believe in myself.
Meaning that this is probably the most direct reference of all of them. The Pest is next, and in this episode, Gumball finds Anais training to fight a kid at school. Initially, he thinks that she is bullying the kid, but when he finds out that Anais is actually the one being bullied, he actually goes Super Saiyan, white hair and everything. I think it's quite wholesome that in the previous episode, he was trying so hard and failing so spectacularly, but when he hears his sister is in trouble, he can immediately turn Super Saiyan. The Ghouls is up next, and in this episode, we see all of the characters in their Halloween costumes, which is a reference to a bunch of different movies, games, and you've guessed it, anime. Mr. Small is dressed up in Sailor Moon cosplay. Kind of creepy, seeing as all of the characters in Sailor Moon are teenage girls. Banana Joe is dressed up as Pikachu from the Pokemon anime, and Pants Bully is dressed up as Doraemon. The spin-offs is next, and in this episode, we get to see a bunch of different characters lead the show instead of Gumball, with one of them being Larry. In fact, he gets his own cool animated intro sequence. This sequence is actually just the Cowboy Bebop intro sequence, but with Larry doing his jobs. Next, we have the Origins Part 1, and in this episode, we get to see Gumball and Darwin first meet and how they ended up becoming brothers. We see that Darwin initially started out looking like a regular fish, but with a face, and that his bond with Gumball is what helped him evolve into a more humanoid creature. This is very similar to the Studio Ghibli film Ponyo, which has the exact plot, but a lot more dark. This is the first instance of an anime movie being referenced, as all of the previous examples have been TV shows. The Wicked is next. Gumball and Darwin try to figure out why Mrs. Robinson is so evil in order to help her become more nice. Darwin tries everything, from looking at her childhood to see if there's any trauma, to showing her the beauty of life. However, nothing works, so he has one last plan, which is fake choking on a Kinder Egg, in order for Mrs. Robinson to save him, which would prove that she has a heart. Darwin executes this plan, but Mrs. Robinson does not care. In fact, she throws the toy inside the Kinder Egg into Darwin's mouth, causing him to choke for real and almost die, with Mrs. Robinson just looking over and smiling. Once Darwin realizes that there's no helping Mrs. Robinson, he conducts an elaborate revenge scheme, which doesn't work. However, the forces of nature causes her car to blow up and be backed into another vehicle. This is a reference to modern isekai anime, such as Re:Zero, as they have a lot of gags where people randomly get run over by cars. The One is up next. In this episode, Tobias tries to become Gumball's best friend. He initially just starts hanging around Gumball and Darwin, acting uncomfortably close to both of them. This freaks them out initially, but they think nothing of it. However, this all changes when Tobias literally breaks into their house, stealing from Nicole's wallet and lies on on her couch. This gets him a well-deserved kick through the door and a talking to about how he's not their best friend, so he can't be acting like this. Tobias takes this advice, and instead of just leaving like a normal person, he decides he needs to become Gumball's best friend by killing all of the friends that Gumball likes more than him. The first person he tries to kill is Leslie, and he does this by pulling out a giant sword from a trench coat and trying to dissipate him. This giant sword is a reference to Guts and all of his giant swords from the anime Berserk. The Stink is up next. In this episode, Mr. Small attempts to find the rare cryptid known as the Stink Ape. He searches far and wide for the entire episode. However, he comes up empty-handed until the end of the episode, where he finally sees the Stink Ape, whose steps can literally grow glowing mushrooms. This is a reference to the forest spirits in Princess Mononoke, another Ghibli film who can also do the same thing. The Fury is next, and this is the episode you've probably all been waiting for, because the entire episode is a massive reference to Shonen anime, specifically Dragon Ball. Nicole's old rival Yuki is back in town, and she requests a battle from Nicole. Gumball, Darwin, and Anais think that something crazy is about to go down, but Nicole just leaves and doesn't entertain the idea of a fight. However, Yuki is persistent, making Nicole's life at work miserable, and even her shopping is interrupted by Yuki flirting with Richard? Even Masami, who is Yuki's daughter, tells the kids that Nicole and Yuki used to be best friends and trained together in martial arts. However, their friendship ended once Nicole beat Yuki in a tournament. Now, Yuki is out for revenge and forces Nicole to fight her by putting her job on the line. Firstly, the styles of the kid versions of Nicole and Yuki look very similar to young Goku in Dragon Ball. And during the big ending fight, the kids complain about their tiny legs, which is a signature of character designs of children in the Dragon Ball world. Finally, the big fight between Yuki and Nicole is just a massive Dragon Ball Z fight, without any aliens. Those were all of the anime references in the amazing world of Gumball, but we recently just got even more in the wonderfully weird world of Gumball. So let's go through all of those too, starting with the burger. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin are tired of the fast food sludge that they've been served and just want to try and eat healthy. So when Richard walks into the kitchen with Joyful Burger, Darwin has no choice but to kick it away. The animation of the kick is very similar to how characters in the anime FLCL would kick their opponents. The wrinkle is next, and in this episode, the doctors notice that wrinkles are starting to develop on Anais. They deduce that this must be due to stress, and they want her to start taking it easy. However, she can only start taking it easy if the rest of the family starts to improve their lives, so everyone has to try to better themselves, including Darwin, who goes to a dojo and tries to learn to be more assertive and dominant. The ninja with the spiral mask inside of the dojo is actually a reference to a Naruto character, and the one wearing the cat mask is a reference to a Demon Slayer character. Up next, we have the assistant. In this episode, Nicole doesn't feel appreciated for the work that she does around the house until she meets an AI assistant named Ori. They become best friends and grow more and more attached to each other, almost too attached, especially once Ori makes Nicole drive through the mall on a mobility scooter at Mach 10 speeds, which could have seriously hurt her. When she finally stops it, she does the iconic drift from the movie Akira. Initially, I didn't pick up on this, but this video from Cartoon Tales not only showed me this reference, but the two prior ones, so big ups on them. Next, we have The Thing. In this episode, Granny JoJo has to come visit, which makes Nicole very mad. However, she calms herself down because Richard is gonna bring her The Thing, which is gonna help everything. The only problem is, Richard can't remember what The Thing is, and if he has to ask, then Nicole may kill him. So Richard tries to give her a bunch of things, and one of those things was Luffy's hat from One Piece. The traffic is up next. In this episode, Nicole drags the entire family to go see Daisyland, because it's closing down soon, and Anais wanted to see it. However, usually due to one of the boys doing something stupid, they've never been able to make it. But despite Nicole's determination, everything just keeps going wrong, and they even get pulled over. Anais tells the family that it's okay, and that she's fine not going to Daisyland. However, the fam is not having it, and generate a purple aura, like they're in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and then go Super Saiyan like they're in Dragon Dragon Ball Z, because nothing will stop them from getting Anais to Daisyland. The boring is next. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin realize that Molly's stories are so boring that they can literally stop time. While using this power, they accidentally step all over Tina's chalk drawing on the ground, causing her to get really mad. She threatens to beat them up, but Gumball and Darwin aren't scared because they can use Molly's time-stopping powers in order to train. One of the training activities they do is touch fingertips and fuse, which is reminiscent of a fusion dance in Dragon Ball Z. Now we have the gourmet. In this episode, Gumball is absolutely enamored by the gourmet mac and cheese that Masami gets to eat for lunch. He asks Nicole why he can't have the mac and cheese, and she says that if he wants the mac and cheese that they have, then he should go live with them, which he obviously does. In the Yoshida house, Yuki trains Gumball to be worthy of the mac and cheese, but just before he's able to try it, Nicole bursts in and they nearly have another Dragon Ball Z fight again, with the animation playing and everything, but Nicole is able to de-escalate the situation. The synthesis is up next. Both Yuki and Nicole try to impress their daughters for bring your mom to school day. However, they're both deemed cringe by the kids, so they hatch a plan to get on their good side. They fuse together to become Nikoshida, but Masami and Anais still think they're stupid. However, this time they're both cringe and dangerous, so Masami and Anais fuse together to try to stop Nikoshida. If it isn't already obvious, this is another Dragon Ball Z reference. The promposal is next. In this episode, Gumball really, and I mean really, needs Penny to ask him out to prom, but not in any normal way. No, he wants the biggest, most obnoxious promposal ever. When him and Darwin are imagining all the different possibilities of the promposals, the art style changes and rose petals cover the screen. This is a reference to the anime Revolutionary Girl Euthena, where there are multiple scenes of the characters monologuing with flower petals flying behind them. The labels is the final episode we're going to be looking at in this video. And in this episode, Mr. Small has been fired and replaced with a new guidance counselor, who, instead of talking and understanding the students, just gives them labels based on their most dominant personality trait. This approach does not work at all, leading to all of the students conforming to their label and thinking that they can't be anything else. Eventually, Darwin decides enough is enough and decides to confront the guidance counselor, but they aren't strong enough. But then, suddenly, Darwin gets the idea to give Gumball all of the powerful labels and turn him into a strong warrior. When Gumball gets all of the labels, he transforms into this mecha anime cyborg type thing and is able to overthrow the guidance counselor. The scene where Gumball transforms is a nod to Sailor Moon. It's kinda poetic that we started and ended with a Sailor Moon transformation reference, but those are all of the anime references that I could find in Gumball. If I missed any, make sure to let me know down in the comments below. And while you're down there, you might as well subscribe. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers by the end of the year. From Banana Joe not making sense of even simple things.
Looks like I'm getting more and more attached to this school.
To Anais solving a 2,000-piece puzzle in a second.
By the way, those go there.
The Amazing World of Gumball cast has a huge variety of differing intelligence, and today, we're gonna rank them all on 7 different levels, from literal geniuses all the way down to potato IQ. And who better to start off with than Banana Joe? It's safe to say he is slow, from running a race completely blindfolded and charging straight into a fence.
I'm a banana split. It hurts.
To not even being able to do a simple art project without gluing his own hand to the table, and even his eyeball.
Now I'm even bonding with myself.
All the way down to trying to spell his own mom's name and completely messing it up, firing off the most random combination of letters you've ever seen.
That's what I just said. Bamarba Banambram.
Barbara.
Brabambra.
Barbara.
Spell it.
B-A-R-A-B-A-B-A-B-A-N-R-A-A-R-A-B-A.
Oh, Barbara. Got it.
Yeah, not sure where he got those ideas from, but I wouldn't trust him with anything. Banana Joe clearly doesn't have the most innovative ideas. But next up, in the potato IQ tier, is Clayton. Clayton is one of the Amazing World of Gumball's recurring characters, first appearing as a smooth-talking, shape-shifting kid who wants to seem more incredible than he actually is. But Clayton is also extremely dumb, often leading to lies and attempts to impress others that completely spiral out of control, fabricating an insane story about hunting pirates with the president of the solar system.
Well, after school, I'm gonna go pirate hunting with the president of the solar system in an underwater theme park, and we're gonna...
Okay. Let's try and take out half the things that aren't true.
Okay, after school, I'm going hunting in a theme park with the president.
Wow, even your half-truths are still full of absolute bunk.
And my personal favorite of Clayton's dumb actions is trying to teach Gumball and Darwin a martial arts move that supposedly disintegrates hearts.
Really?
Yeah, honestly, I have no words for this one. Moving on, Clayton doesn't stop there. He takes his dumbness to a whole new level with his shape-shifting. First, he transforms into a water fountain, thinking it'll make his life more exciting. And then he morphs into almost everyone in Elmore, causing chaos everywhere just to feel something interesting. Clayton's desperate need to be cool and exciting is what makes him one of the funniest and dumbest characters in all of Elmore. Sometimes his brain cells just don't show up to class. But if we're talking about characters with potato IQ, we can't forget about Jamie. Jamie doesn't think things through. If you say something confusing, her brain freezes like someone pressed pause on her whole existence.
If a coconut has both hair and milk, why isn't it classified as a mammal?
Jamie treats the world like it's a giant instruction book written in a language she doesn't speak. Her vocabulary is a disaster of its own. She creates words that sound like English, but absolutely aren't.
What? You're saying you're intelligenter than me?
Jamie, I would never say that. Because it's not a word.
Also, Jamie's emotional intelligence is also not great. She forces Darwin and later Gumball to date her because she genuinely believes you can force someone to be with you through pure strength.
Okay, rule one. If you ignore me or break up with me, there will be serious consequences involving you, me, a spoon, and a salt shaker.
In short, it just seems like Jamie has a one-track mind, and it's running low on battery. Moving on from potato IQ, next we have the characters with an extremely below average IQ. Starting out with one of the most iconic characters in the Amazing World of Gumball, the one and only Richard Watterson. Richard is basically a full-grown man with the brain of a confused toddler. In the episode The Limit, when the kids can't even steal a single candy bar because they've been raised too well, Richard boldly eats one straight off the shelf without paying.
It's not that difficult. You open the bag, you eat the candy, you put the bag back where it was, and no one will ever know.
We also can't forget about the time he was crying on the couch in his underwear about never wanting to work again in an attempt to manipulate his family into leaving him alone about the Reach for the Stars chart, which tracks his achievements and good behavior. Oh yeah, and there's also that one time he was trying so hard to remember what he forgot for Nicole, Richard strains his brain until it smokes and bulges.
What's going on?
I think he's using his brain. This is dangerous. He's pushing way past his usual limits.
Yeah, Richard's brain tries its best, but it doesn't get anywhere. He means well, but honestly, I would say without Nicole, this man would burn the house down trying to microwave a banana. But next up is Tobias Wilson, the king of confidence with absolutely zero logic behind it. This guy thinks he's a buff superhero who all the girls love, when actually he's a tiny rainbow twig embarrassing himself every 5 minutes. From trying to impress Penny with a so-called chick magnet dance.
It's my chick magnet dance move.
Oh, that works really well with my dance move.
Nice, girl. What's that move called?
The bug spray.
To slapping guys on the butt because he thinks that's what athletes do.
Hey. Oh, hey, Idaho, my brotato. Alan, my man.
And also starting a full-blown invisible weapon fight in the school library with Gumball and Darwin, all over a video game argument.
Darn, missed it. Gotta cycle through again.
We can probably say that Tobias isn't just dumb, but he's confidently dumb. It's like his brain lives in a world where everything he does is correct, even though it never is. And finally, for the below room temperature IQ tier, we have Sussy, Elmore's queen of complete weirdness. Her dumbness is more than just about grades or logic. It's the way she acts and makes everyone question reality. From keeping ketchup, mustard, and toothpaste in soggy sauce packets in her pocket.
Don't be silly. Sussy not crazy. She keeps different sauces in different packets. This one's for mustard, this one's for ketchup, and this one's for toothpaste.
Sussy toothpaste is not a sauce.
Yes, it is. It's tooth sauce. That's why it tastes like mint.
To calling money a crumpled up green picture of an old man and having zero understanding of its value, and just overall being completely disconnected from normal human behavior. Like when Julia spits gum in her hand as a present, and she happily eats it, blows a giant bubble that pops all over her face, and calmly says thank you, as if any of that was completely normal. She's confusing, random, and gross. And that's why she perfectly fits into the extremely below average IQ tier. But moving on to our next category, we have characters with a room temperature IQ. These guys certainly aren't the smartest people in the room, but aren't completely dumb as dirt either. To start off this part of the list, we have Gumball Watterson, the beautiful disaster himself. Gumball is a walking paradox, sometimes a genius, but most of the time a chaos machine with two brain cells arguing over who's in charge. One example of this is doing all of Tobias's chores just to earn invisible points, proving he'll fall for anything if someone says it confidently.
For real?
Yeah?
Oh, we just got paid! Look at all this money!
And that's just the start, because Gumball consistently chooses chaos over common sense. Then there's that gas station incident. Instead of making a simple complaint against a thief, Gumball somehow ended up helping him by distracting the cops as if it was a heist movie. There was also the time he forgot his locker combination, so he unlocked it using a paperclip. You might think that's clever, and of course it is, but don't forget it's Gumball, so wait until you actually see his kind of smartness in action.
Not even trying. Huh, looks like my combination changed. It's lucky I have this paperclip. Works every time.
Or what about the time he performed scientific research by repeatedly trying to kill Anton? Because obviously, torturing a piece of toast is the best way to learn anything. But despite all this, you can't hate him. His heart tries its best, but you know his brain just sometimes leaves the chat. But next up is Hector. Hector is the gentle giant of Elmore Junior High. Well, he's not exactly stupid. His moments of dumbness usually come from his massive size or following Gumball and Darwin's questionable advice. Like that one time he took Gumball and Darwin's advice to have some fun and accidentally ended up going on a rampage through town, screaming, "I'm not boring," while accidentally destroying most of Elmore.
I'm not boring!
And we can't forget about the time he drank a potion from Gumball and Darwin, thinking it would make his life easier, only to get stuck tiny because they forgot a crucial ingredient.
Orangutan toenails. It says 0, so I didn't put any in.
Hector's dumbest moments aren't really about being smart or not. They happen when he tries too hard to be normal or fun, and it always ends up in a big mess. And then there's Rocky Robinson, the lovable employee of everywhere, who works every odd job at school, but somehow still doesn't understand how anything works. Even his own dad calls him a loser.
You can ask his son Rocky. He's a janitor at our school.
I want nothing for that loser. He's an embarrassment to the Robinson name. I'd rather get stuffing from a turkey.
Rocky misreads every situation, misunderstands every instruction, and somehow thinks whistling his butt counts as a job skill.
I can whistle with my butt.
Also, when Gumball once gathered Elmore's dumbest residents, Rocky shows up, and still, he has no idea why he's even there. Well, Rocky has no hidden moments of brilliance. He's just Rocky, friendly, harmless, and permanently stuck at room temperature IQ. But next, we have high school graduate IQ. These characters can be described as having pretty average intelligence, but maybe having some questionable decision making. We'll start this category off with Principal Brown. Principal Brown might look nervous most of the time, but when it comes to running the school, he's surprisingly reliable. The time when Miss Simeon tries to blame Gumball and Darwin, Principal Brown doesn't fall for her lies. Instead, he uses simple logic to defend the boys, showing he can actually be fair and smart when it matters. Also, when Gumball and Darwin discover his fake diploma, Principal Brown tries his best to bribe them, but when they ignore him, he quickly comes up with a plan to blow up the school. And yes, he was not joking.
Now, all I have to do is increase the oxygen supply, shut off the carbon dioxide release valve, which should, combined with the boiling H2O, kickstart a reaction, which will blow up the whole school.
Even though it fails, he always is ready to take action and tries to solve problems, no matter how extreme or panicked the situation is. I know Principal Brown isn't a genius, but he handles chaos with grown-up logic, and in Elmore, that already puts him well above half the population. Next up is Miss Simeon, Elmore's strictest teacher, who loves rules a little bit too much, and has a knack for turning even the smallest mistakes into big disasters. Miss Simeon might seem strict all the time, but she's actually very clever at handling students and tricky situations. From covering up her accident with Principal Brown, and tricking everyone into thinking it wasn't her fault, she shows just how quick and tactical she can be. And then there's that one time she won the Favorite Teacher Award. She befriends Gumball and Darwin and manipulates their insecurities to work in her favor. Most people would fail at controlling these two, but she pulls it off like a pro.
You know, I've never had friends before. I don't even know what friends do.
Don't worry. We'll show you.
Miss Simeon's combination of manipulation, strategy, and understanding people is what makes her one of the smartest adults in Elmore. Moving on, we have Alan, who somehow stays calm no matter how much chaos Gumball and Darwin create. Alan might literally float, but don't let that fool you. He's the calmest and most emotionally smart guy in Elmore. Besides his calmness, Alan is secretly a mastermind. Gumball and Darwin snoop on Alan's flash drive and find a perfectly crafted plan to become school president and eventually leader of the entire world.
My Vision by Alan Keene. A manifesto on how I will gain the power I need to purge Elmore Junior High of its greatest problem? What?
His strategy is so flawless that nothing could have stopped it. He even planned how to make students think voting for him was their idea, and running fake smear ads on his rivals. But the only thing holding him back is his idealism, which sometimes blinds him to reality, leaving room for others who are even smarter. Which brings us to our next category, the category with a college graduate IQ level. So this firmly puts them a little above average intelligence, and a good amount above the previous characters on this list. To start this off, we have Nicole Watterson, the strong, smart, smart, and always in control mother who keeps the Watterson family running smoothly. She might look like a regular mom, but she's basically Elmore's tactical genius on steroids. Her brain runs a million life scenarios at once, picking the one that keeps her family safe, saving Gumball during a crazy situation, and fighting Mr. Rex in a junkyard.
Well, I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. Goodbye, Mr. Rex.
She's unstoppable and ruthless if you mess with her family. But on top of her strength, she's also crazy smart. Like the time she ran through every possible future, where she ended up miserable and still chose Richard, because she knew love mattered more than success. Even Nicole's battle IQ is insane. Once she goes into full-on anime mode and destroys Yuki in hand-to-hand combat, doing flips, strikes, and pressure point hits, while the building literally collapses around them. Next up is William, the floating eyeball. Though William is just an unblinking eye that floats around watching everyone make a fool of themselves, he has crazy superpowers. From communicating through pure psychic power...
No, you're lying, man! You're supposed to say...
He did! You just can't hear it! He's using some kind of telepathic...
Then say it louder this time, please!
To lifting heavy objects, causing explosions, and basically bending reality if he wants to. With just his mind, William is unstoppable when he wants to be. But besides all these powers, what keeps him stuck at college graduate IQ is that he never uses them for anything actually smart. He mostly just floats around, judging everyone, instead of taking over the world like he easily could. But the last one in college graduate IQ tier is Carmen. We can say that Carmen is the smartest and most logical student in Elmore. From trying to calm everyone down during a fight by suggesting a simple solution like hugging each other.
Instead of fighting, why don't we just hug it out?
Wait! Stop! What are you doing?
I forgive you.
No! The shame on cat! It's all coming back at me! And I can't even be angry about it.
To calmly breaking down to Gumball why junk food is terrible for him.
Hey, you really shouldn't be eating that. Too much greasy food is very bad for your digestive system. There. That was really wasteful.
Fine! Happy now?
No! Now it's been in the trash. It's way worse for you than it was in the first place.
And quietly focusing on her studies and ignoring everything around her. She knows how serious she is about being smart and using logic. And that's what makes Carmen stand out as one of the wisest and most sensible characters in the show. Our next category belongs to some characters who have absolute superhuman IQ. And to start this off, we have Carrie Cougar, Elmore's most clever ghost. One instance of this is handling real magic disasters. She knows the right spells to fix situations that would have ruined Gumball and Darwin's day. No one else even understands how magic works as she does.
What are we gonna do about him? The book says we summon him by calling his name 5 times. When he appears in the mirror and the first light of dawn strikes it, we smash it with the book and break the spell.
She even uses her powers to manipulate anyone and control situations to her advantage. Because you know she's not just a ghost floating around.
No, wait!
Also, there's that time when Gumball and Darwin turned themselves into ghosts. Carrie helped them get back into their bodies by guiding them and using herself to distract the other ghosts.
Thanks! It's a little too early to thank me. Get ready to run.
What are you doing?
Gary! Don't worry! I belong to this world! They can't take me! Not the hair! Just go!
This shows how smart and brave she really is, using her knowledge of the ghost world to fix a tricky situation. Next up is Bobber, the genius robot who can invent gadgets and always thinks 3 steps ahead of everyone else. He can scan, analyze, and calculate any scenario in milliseconds, predicting outcomes before anyone even blinks. The time when Gumball tries to teach him human behavior, Bobber copied everything Gumball did so perfectly, and played so smart that his friends and family believed he was the real Gumball.
What's happened to you, Gumball?
You're like the same, but better.
You're the best son a family could wish for.
We love you, Gumball.
which more if anything just says something about their IQ. Bobber helped Gumball and Darwin defeat William. He even gave Gumball a flower that was secretly a gadget he invented to record voices.
Now open the stem.
Gadgets!
William stole it all.
Which helped prove William was the culprit. Bobber is the ultimate rational mind, calculating probabilities and outcomes at lightning speeds. But when it comes to empathy, he's basically a calculator with a body, because he doesn't get emotions. That's the only thing keeping him from being the smartest in Elmore. So if you're looking for raw, unstoppable intellect, Bobber is your guy. Next up in this tier is Rob, the once forgotten character turned mastermind, who uses his knowledge of the world and even the cartoon itself to outsmart everyone. Not the running gag Rob you remember. I'm talking about this Rob. Before he fell into the void, he was just a Joe, but coming back, he became colder, sharper, and way more dangerous.
The mechanic! The video guy! The burger guy! Or the guy who walks around with no pants on! Darn it! Sorry, man. All the good personalities are taken.
What about a bad one?
Yeah.
Using a universal remote that can control time and everything in the world, Rob messes with Gumball and changes the world around him only to take revenge, showing just how insanely smart he is.
I will destroy you and everyone you love.
I know. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
Also, there's the time when he kidnapped Banana Barbara to force her to paint the future.
No! The future! I want you to paint the future! What happens next? That can't just be the end! I need your power! Now, come on, Barbara, one more time. Work your magic. Paint the future.
Only to be erased from existence by Banana Barbara using one of her reality-changing paintings. All of this only to be later restored by Gumball. Rob shows just how cunning and dangerously clever he can be when he wants to manipulate reality itself. But finally, we've reached the last category, where the absolute juggernauts of the amazing world of Gumball reside, all of whom have done feats that practically defy science itself. To start with, we have one of the most genius characters, the internet, the all-knowing, super smart computer who can find, predict, and control almost anything with just a thought. Every time Gumball or Darwin needs an answer, the internet pops up instantly with exactly what they need, or will make things 10 times worse. One of the internet's smartest moments is when Gumball threatens to unplug him unless he deletes their embarrassing videos. The internet instantly manipulates them by asking what they think about kittens.
4! Think about the kittens! 5! Wait, Gumball! He's right. Think about it,
Within seconds, Gumball and Darwin forget about revenge, forget about the videos, and start loving him again, proving just how easily the internet can control them with a single clever trick. Also, there's the time when he gets into an argument with Gumball and Darwin. In seconds, he calculates a way to wipe out humanity by shutting down every piece of technology.
Okay, here we go.
But when he overloads himself, he malfunctions and sends all of Elmore back to a medieval, no-tech world, proving he's so intelligent that even his mistakes can reshape reality. Whether it's solving problems, starting problems, or giving Gumball and Darwin way too much information, the internet is a genius-class supercomputer in cartoon form. Next up, in the characters with a genius-level IQ, we have somebody a lot of you might not expect to be here, and that's Banana Barbara. Yeah, it might be shocking because she may look dumb, yet she has the power to control reality in her own way. And most importantly, what puts her in this tier is that she knows how to use her power wisely, quietly painting in the background like a normal Elmore mom, and revealing that she can paint the future with perfect accuracy.
Why, you little...
Gumball, look!
What?
Look at that! What the... What?
Close enough. Dude, who painted this?
My mom.
Banana Barbara is operating on a level beyond logic, beyond science, beyond anything the rest of Elmore can process. Also leaving hints by creating visual signs for Gumball, Darwin, and Banana Joe, so they can find her when she goes missing after painting her own kidnapping in the background. And finally, she paints a wormhole, a portal through reality itself, so the boys can teleport directly to the warehouse where Rob is holding her.
Gumball.
Rob. Name.
She doesn't just open a door, she paints a doorway through space itself, showing her genius-level intelligence in action. But to end the tier, we have a character with infinite IQ, the one and only Anais Watterson. Anais is the official genius of the Watterson family, and she's only 4 years old. She may be smart, she may be small, but trust me, she is more intelligent than every adult in Elmore combined. I would say if intelligence was a weapon, Anais would be a nuclear bomb. Anais not only fixes problems, she predicts them before anyone else even notices that something is wrong. From outsmarting full-grown adults in the supermarket by explaining how the whole store is designed to trick customers, while Gumball and Darwin are too busy arguing about candy, to shutting down an entire knockoff family in seconds by spotting the one weakness nobody else noticed.
Just live your life as dangerously as possible and hope they off themselves trying to copy you.
Oh!
How delightfully malicious.
And staying calm during disasters where everyone else freaks out. Like when she planned the perfect escape when Gumball and Darwin caused chaos in the house, turning it into a complete flood, showing just how smart and composed she is in a disaster. Also, when Bobbert turned into a robot killing machine, it was Anais who survived, using pure physics, something teenagers spend the entire school system trying to learn.
Just go around him. Are you sure you're gonna be okay? Don't worry. The power of physics has never failed me yet.
Anais is a genius trapped inside of a preschooler's body, as she writes science-level solutions between snack time and nap time, while her classmates are still learning how to count. Trust me, if she ever decided to turn evil, Elmore wouldn't survive a week. Would you believe me if I told you that Darwin used to sound like this?
Ready. Ready for what?
Yeah, crazy, right? But what if I told you that this used to be Richard's original character design? Those are just some of the many changes made to Gumball, and they only get more crazy as the video goes on. So let's kick things off by breaking down every animation style the show has experimented with. From 2D to 3D, puppets, and even anime, Gumball has done it all. And we're diving into every single one. But first, we need to talk about the show's original animation style, starting all the way back on May 9th, 2008, in the pilot, where it didn't shy off from using different animation styles. You had Gumball, who is 2D, Darwin, who was 3D, and other characters like Tina and Rocky, who were CGI, all mixed together and tied perfectly into a real-world setting, based on real buildings, like Elmore Junior High, Elmore Mall, and even the Wattersons' house are based off of real buildings with some slight changes. One by one, each piece is put together. Photos, models, lighting, textures, all carefully layered to build what we know as the world of Gumball. The way they fit 2D in 3D is so impressive. I've always loved the realistic backgrounds. They were so fun to just see the animated characters run around them. From season 1 to 3, we see subtle changes to the main characters, like Darwin, who we saw before as 3D, had now turned 2D, and Gumball, who originally had oval pupils and thinner outlines, now had a cleaner and more consistent design with his round pupils and bolder lines, with Anais, Nicole, and Richard all following suit, shifting from slightly more detailed or uneven features to a smoother, more polished style that made the Wattersons feel more consistent in their designs. But that's not even the best part, as we start moving into different animation styles, some that completely change how you view Gumball. Gumball, starting off with 2D, except this isn't your usual 2D animation. In the episode The Kids, Gumball and Darwin accidentally roast their own parents, calling them old. She then leaves, warning them, saying that no one stays young forever. At first, they don't take it seriously, as they have been 12 for like ever, but then out of nowhere their voices break and affect their every move, from getting kicked out of the bus, kicked out of the store, and my boy Gumball couldn't even speak to Penny.
Fitzgerald residence.
Hey, can I speak to Penny, please?
Is this a joke? No. This better be a joke.
So the boys head to the doctor, who tells them the truth. They're just growing up. So they decide to go into a full song about the benefits of being young.
We enjoy it while we can. We enjoy it while we're kids. We enjoy it while there's still time to make the most of it. We go around the block and we loiter by the mall. The people think we're thugs, so they give the cops a call. Police get away with it cause it's a public space. Turns out we were loitering, just standing in one place.
But in the mix, we get a more vibrant and stylized use of the 2D animation that was brighter, bouncier, and that captured the fun energy of their imagination. To pull this off, the Cartoon Network team teamed up with the studio CRCR, best known for working with Fortnite and Riot. But this wouldn't be the last time we see this type of animation. In the drama, when Gumball takes Darwin to confront Carrie and her ex, the animation shifts again to a beautiful color palette of bright colors and fast-paced animation, like something you would see in the Spider-Verse, with help from Jonathan Dobb, as a farewell gift to the show. And he went all in. It's a perfect example of how Gumball's animation shifts aren't just for the show, but a way for artists to go wild and bring their own style onto the screen. But there are still so many more from where that came from. We'll see how Gumball uses these different animation styles to tell even crazier stories. And that's no different from the next episode, The Lie. In this episode, Gumball makes up a fake holiday called Sluzzletag to cheer everyone up after Christmas through the January Depression, and the whole town goes all in on it. But later that night, Anais reminds him that it's all fake, and Gumball freaks out, realizing everyone's expecting a toilet Santa to show up with their gifts. He imagines how they'll react if they find out the truth.
It'll be like...
But Anais has a more real outcome.
I think you're being overdramatic. It'll be more like...
Even though it's only for a few seconds, what a better way to show Gumball getting completely squished than turning into him in a literal clay version of himself. It's the only time real claymation shows up, but we do have Clayton, who looks and moves like clay, but is actually CGI, but he still gives off the vibes of classic stop motion, showing how Gumball can nail the feel of different animation styles without actually using them. Except that wouldn't be the only animation style switch that we see in this episode. When Gumball introduces the idea of Sluzzletag, Darwin suddenly appears in old school animation, something that most of us were too young to experience firsthand, but it's clearly a nod to the golden age of animation. It's a total throwback to early cartoons like Tom and Jerry or the Looney Tunes. But next, we go into something completely different, a full-on comic-style book episode. In the episode The Comet, everyone at school is glazing Gumball, which he finds out is for Laserheart, a secret superhero made up from none other than Sarah. Of course, Gumball completely falls in love with it, as well as Darwin, who is called the Smooch. They go around acting like heroes and stuff, with nothing going well for them. After they face real danger and realize how they are not heroes, Sarah draws them as if they are heroes in a full-on comic book type style. And we've seen fights in Gumball before, but the little details, the over-the-top moves, and the superhero references like Superman and Batman, it all shows how changing animation styles can totally change how a story is told, or a better lesson to be learned. But what if Gumball took it even further? Not just diving into Gumball or Darwin's imagination, but going absolutely crazy for one insane episode. Well, in the episode The Fury, we see exactly that. Nicole's past catches up with her when her old friend Yuki Yoshida returns to town, demanding a rematch. match. But Nicole refuses. The kids are confused about why Nicole backed down from the challenge, wondering if it was fear or something else. Because we all know Nicole, and she isn't usually the one to back down from a fight. And when Nicole picks them up, the car is all beaten up with the words coward on the car, with the culprit obviously being Yuki, who keeps messing with her by flirting with Richard, annoying her in her job, and going everywhere she goes to remind her that she's a coward. But despite that, Nicole won't fight back. And in an awesome manga-style backstory, we learn that Nicole and Yuki were once actually best friends. But after Nicole beat her in a martial arts tournament, Nicole had to let it all go. All the while, Yuki has been training for this very moment. And when Yuki threatens her house and job, Nicole has no other choice but to fight her. So in full anime style, Nicole and Yuki go all in on an epic battle. But when their kids finally get caught in the mess, they stop fighting them and team up to save them. Just reading the comments here, and found out that my favorite animation studio, Studio 4C, worked on the episode, and I'm at a loss for words. The huge middle school weeb in me has taken over. Worth the wait. Gumball needs more awesome guest animators. In order to do such a big thing, they got help from Studio 4C, the studio behind standout films like Mind Games, which from the comments, you can tell people definitely love it. Beyond this episode, we still got a bunch of anime references in the show, from Dragon Ball Z to Sailor Moon, and a lot more. It's obvious that Gumball has a lot of real love for anime, and can tell a great story while using it. And while we're getting a bunch of references to popular anime, next we got a complete episode about the internet, that not only gives us some cool animation, but it also perfectly shows us how crazy we are in the internet. Yeah, not you, but we. In the episode The Code, Gumball and Darwin are trying to watch a cat video, but the Wi-Fi's down. Turns out that the Wattersons have been stealing the Robinsons' Wi-Fi for years.
Kids, there's something I have to tell you.
You're not my father?
How did you guess? No, we've just been using Robinson's Wi-Fi for years.
Because they can't get their own. Like, they have such bad credit that they've been using a coin-based fridge. Just imagine that for a second. So the kids recreate the internet, from cardboard streaming to fake reviews, and acting like they're in Elmore Plus in real life. Tired of their own version of the internet, they beg for money or do what they call crowdfund to get their own internet. But Anais tells them to just hack the Robinsons. So Gumball and Darwin launch into a full cyberspace, breaking firewalls, hiding from antivirus software, and trying to get cookies accepted, which turns out to just be in their heads. And this is what really was happening.
How do you do, good sir?
The antivirus!
Although it was all in their heads, we get a cool look into them diving into the cyberspace. The switch to computer graphics made the digital world feel real, with 3D models, pixelated environments, which pulled them deeper into the virtual realm. And we also got references to real-life tech, like incognito mode, firewalls, and antivirus software. While this could easily be labeled with the next animation shift, I think it fits more into the computer graphics category, because next, if you love video games, this next episode is for you. In the console, Richard gives Gumball a cheap knockoff game console called the Game Child for his birthday, that Richard ended up finding in the Awesome Store. But when Gumball turns it on, it sucks the entire town into a video game. And so, in a pixel art animation, Gumball, with Darwin and Anais, battles a flower monster, which actually turns out to be Leslie, transformed by fertilizer from the Awesome Store. They knock him out and move on. They loot the Robinsons' house, grabbing a VHS player and cash, all while making fun of the fact on how they can't do anything because they're NPCs. But that teardrop from Mr. Robinson's tears say otherwise. They then encounter Penny, who is possessed by a cell phone. Gumball avoids a fight with Penny, but accidentally knocks her out with the VHS player and gives the phone to Gumball for his quest. Then Gumball gets stuck on a pigeon side quest for Allison, earning the no-life trophy. They grind enemies to level up while heading to the Awesome Store, eventually getting dragged into a final boss fight against the Game Child itself. And with the help of characters like Banana Joe, Nicole, and Richard, they defeat the final boss. Just when it seems over, Gumball, dissatisfied with only 89% completion, starts a new game, sending them back to square one.
What do you mean 89%? Do you want to start a new game?
With the pixel art animation, we see the entire town of Elmore into a fully playable RPG world, with completable side quests, boss fights, and even a bunch of Elmore characters joining the final battle. And in other episodes like The Words, we get a whole fight that's a clear reference to Street Fighter, with a VS screen and ego bars instead of health bars. And while it's a crazy episode all taking place in a video game, the next episodes take it even further, with an entire episode set in a fully puppet-themed world. In the episode The Puppets, Gumball and Darwin are cleaning out old toys for a garage sale when they stumble upon some old friends, Frank, Howdy, and Grady. While Gumball's ready to toss them, Darwin gets a little too attached, like weirdly attached. He starts talking through them, making promises and refusing to take them off. Though it turns out this wasn't really Darwin, and the puppets were using him like some kind of vessel and pulled him into a creepy puppet world. So Gumball puts on the last puppet, Grady, and heads in to save him. But in a wild plot twist, Grady betrays Gumball and traps him too. This is until Darwin finds a loose string and pulls it, giving them a chance to escape, topping it off with a dramatic explosion, of course. To make such an episode, we had Blank Industries, who are best known for Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, with the creators Rebecca Solon and Joseph Pelling helping write the episode. Not only did we get a full episode, we also got a mini-series I just found out about called Waiting for Gumball. Imagine Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, just way less dark. Having both Gumball and Darwin as puppets, while also following the three puppet antagonists from before, it's like a small series that gives Gumball the chance to truly imagine the world in a different view. Just another example of how Gumball uses different animation styles to its advantage. But for our next animation style, we go back to 3D, except for a whole trippy scene of Gumball's imagination. In the episode The Transformation, Penny asks Gumball to come over and help with a personal family issue, after an embarrassing moment of him accidentally losing his clothes after a failed entrance to the backyard. Now, wearing a spare Santa costume, Gumball joins the Fitzgeralds at the dinner table, where they argue about Penny and her shell. Penny's father, Patrick, wants Penny back in her shell, claiming it's embarrassing and traditional, while Penny argues it only brought her shame and she's happier without it. But they demand that Gumball settles the debate, which he stalls by telling never-ending stories, from armor-wearing kingdoms, butterfly cocoons, and seeds turning into flowers, with each story leading to another story, all while being told in a colorful new world of 3D animation, done by Julian Glanday, who you might know for his works like Tennis Ball on his half day off, or Boys Go to Jupiter. At first, it feels like a full-on acid trip with wild animation, strange characters, and no clear theme, which, to be fair, is typical Gumball. But when you look at every story, from cocoons to armor to flowers, it's about leaving your comfort zone to grow. Julian's work captures that perfectly. For the last animation style, we have to go to the new series, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, where the animation takes a different twist. Now, we've seen some talented people and what they can make, but we also get a look at the younger talent in Gumball. In the episode The Rankle, Anais starts getting wrinkles from all the stress of taking care of her ridiculous family. So to make things easier on herself, she convinces them to follow her book, a plan she made to prevent any future disasters for the next 40 years. First up is Darwin. She puts him through all sorts of dangerous situations to toughen him up, but he comes back just as smiley and adorable as ever, completely unchanged, which only makes Anais more stressed and more wrinkly. Then there's Gumball, who finally talks to a lawyer, and the lawyer just tells him to do nothing, but somehow, even doing nothing, Gumball still manages to cause absolute chaos. And yup, Anais gets more wrinkles. Last are are Richard and Nicole. Anais sets them up in this peaceful animal sanctuary so they can finally relax and retire. But it goes all wrong, with the animals getting mad and Nicole and Richard fighting. So in the end, nothing goes according to plan, and Anais just ends up turning into wrinkle mush. But then Gumball, with his usual charm, tells Anais to just embrace the disaster instead of trying to fix everything. Then they go into a full-on song, with hand-drawn doodles everywhere. The animation was professional, but the hand-drawn parts look like they were done by a kid, giving it a fun, messy vibe. It helps show Anais that things don't need to be perfect, and sometimes it's okay to leap head first and not worry too much. And altogether, the different animation styles come together, tell a stronger story than just being there for fun. It shows off all of the different types of animation out there, from anime, puppets, and even kids' drawings, packed with a ton of references. That's why Gumball is such an insane show. But you know what else is insane? How many changes have been done to my boy Darwin's voice? Look, how does his voice go from sounding like this
Ready for what?
to sounding like this?
After 6 months of physiotherapy and learning how to talk again.
Well, it turns out he's actually had 5 different voice actors, and you probably didn't even notice. So today, we're gonna go through the entire history of Darwin's voice and find out why they've changed voice actors so many times. Starting with Darwin's first voice actor, Jake Pratt, who only voiced Darwin for the pilot episode. The pilot was uploaded to YouTube by the creator of Gumball, Ben Baclet, in 2010. However, it was later removed by Cartoon Network for copyright-related reasons, but you can still find it online. In this pilot episode, we can really see how different the show was originally intended to be, especially when it comes to Darwin. In the pilot episode, he appears in 3D instead of the familiar 2D style, and he doesn't sound anything like how he does in the show.
Ready for what?
We're used to Darwin having that high-pitched, cheerful voice and silly personality, but in the pilot, he sounded like he was dead inside. It just doesn't feel like the Darwin we all know and love. Although Darwin only speaks a few words in the pilot, the difference in his voice compared to the final version is quite noticeable. The reason for this is because he was voiced by the English actor Jake Pratt. Jake is actually the only British actor to ever voice Darwin. Every other voice actor for him is African American, which ended up becoming a part of Darwin's character in the later seasons. I'll dive more into that when we get to this next voice actor. However, Jake should still get credit for helping bring the show to life. That early version was a big deal for the show's pitch, because if the pilot had gotten rejected, we might have never gotten to see the amazing world of Gumball. With all of its unique animation, characters, and humor, I couldn't find anything about Jake Pratt voicing Darwin. However, Nicky Jones, who is best known for voicing Chowder, was the voice for Gumball in the pilot, and speaked about how he was invited to continue to play Gumball, but he ultimately turned down the offer because he would have had to stay in the UK for 8 months. So we can assume that Jake Pratt also intended to play Darwin, but because of something behind the scenes, he turned down the offer. Since the show was greenlit for 6 seasons, they needed someone to voice Darwin. Someone young, funny, and had a great personality. And that's where my boy Kwesi Boche comes in. He took over Jake's role as the voice of Darwin and stayed with the character until Season 3, Episode 1, titled The Kids. But as the show continued into the later seasons, something pretty natural started to happen. Kwesi's voice began to change. Take a listen to Darwin's voice in Season 1.
Lose the power in this fin would bring terrible dishonor upon our dojo.
Compared to his voice at the end of Season 2.
How many videos there are on the internet? Here's just a drop of embarrassment in an ocean of shame.
He was first hired to play Darwin while he was a kid, and at the end of Season 2, it was obvious that Kwesi was getting older, which was heavily affecting Darwin's portrayal in the show. It was one of those moments where it was clear that change had to happen, even if no one really wanted it. So Kwesi stepped down as the voice of Darwin behind the scenes, and that probably caused a lot of scramble at Cartoon Network. They didn't just need someone who sounded like Darwin, they needed someone who could be Darwin. Someone who could carry that same energy and soul that Kwesi brought to Darwin. And that is no easy task, especially when fans have already fallen in love with his version of the character. But then they were able to find another kid who was just as passionate as Kwesi, that being Terrell Ransom Jr. Terrell picked up right where Casey left off in the episode The Kids, and continued to voice Darwin all the way to Season 5, Episode 12, The Copycat. But Terrell's journey into voice acting started way way before that. From a young age, Terrell has always wanted to be an actor. One of the shows that really lit a spark for him was Hannah Montana. Watching Miley Cyrus go from a regular teenager to a full-blown pop star clearly left an impression on him, because later on, he'd actually credit that show as one of the reasons he got into acting, and eventually got him the role as Darwin. He would also tell his mom that he wanted to pursue acting, and instead of pushing him aside thinking he's crazy and just a kid with a wild imagination, they actually got him an agent and would move to California, where he landed his first big role on Days of Our Lives. That role was a turning point in his career, and helped him understand acting at a very young age. But the real game changer would come when he got cast as Darwin Watterson in The Amazing World of Gumball. What made that role so special for Terrell was that he was already a huge fan of the show, and as a kid, he'd go around doing Darwin's voice for fun, quoting lines and just genuinely loving the character. So when he got the chance to actually become the new voice of Darwin, it must have felt like stepping into a dream. I mean, how many of you have watched a show growing up and thought, I can voice that character? Either way, because he already knew the character so well, the transition was pretty easy. He watched so many episodes and really connected with who Darwin was as a character, making it more than just an acting role. And I think a huge chunk of that can be seen from his performance. Unless you were a hardcore fan, you probably didn't even notice that Darwin's voice was changed. This was his voice before when Quasi voiced it.
You know how many videos there are on the internet? Here's just a drop of embarrassment in an ocean of shame.
And this was Terrell's voice.
Unless the sentence was, I'm really afraid of your mom.
Especially if you're a kid watching it, you definitely just kept enjoying the show without even realizing that Darwin's voice sounded a little bit different. This doesn't mean that Terrell tried to replace Quasi. That's something to keep in mind throughout this video. This is just a thing that they don't have control after. Terrell's voice was a little deeper and a bit less high-pitched than Quasi's, which gave Darwin a slightly older and more mature feel, while still having that quirky energy that made Darwin such a lovable character in the first place. He didn't try to copy Quasi's version exactly, he respected it, but added his own touch. And it worked. Terrell's performance was a great example of what happens when someone truly connects with the character they're playing. For him, this wasn't just a job, it was a dream come true. However, like Quasi, Terrell had to also face reality and couldn't play Darwin forever. This is where Darwin's next voice actor comes in, Donnell Hansley Jr. He replaced Terrell as the voice of Darwin in season 5, and picked up right where he left off in the episode The Copycats, and went all the way to season 6 episode 10, The Anybody. And speaking of The Copycats, it once again shows just how clever the team behind The Amazing World of Gumball really is. Right after Gumball and Darwin confidently declare that they're irreplaceable, they suddenly glitch and their voices shift mid-sentence, going from deep to higher pitched. I couldn't find any interviews where Donnell talked about his time playing Darwin, but there's still a good amount we can piece together about his acting career to give us a look into why he was chosen to play Darwin. Donnell's path into voice acting was shaped by his family roots in the industry, which gave him a head start compared to others. He appeared in shows like CW's Containment and YouTube Red's Step Up High Water. He also voiced the character Peter in The Snowy Day, both in the animated movie and the series, showing he had real talent not just on camera, but behind the mic as well. He eventually got the role as Darwin when Terrell had to step down. When Donnell took over, he brought a fresh perspective while still preserving the heart and humor that the previous actors have given Darwin. One major reason he landed the role was undoubtedly his singing abilities. In the episode The Matchmaker, Darwin sings a heartfelt song about love.
Your smile answers my silent scream. Your photo on the screen.
Showing an emotional but outstanding performance from Donnell. That could have been another reason why Cartoon Network brought in someone new to play Darwin. We all know that the main reasons is that the original actors were naturally getting older, but when it came time to find the perfect person for the role, they were looking for someone with a very specific skill, someone who could sing. And fortunately for them, Donnell fit that role perfectly. However, it still wasn't enough to secure him a long-term spot as Darwin's voice actor. Just one season later, he stepped stepped down after hitting puberty. Noticing a pattern here? Pretty much all of Darwin's voice actors had to step down from the show because they didn't have that youthful voice anymore. As they all grew older, their voices naturally deepened. So once again, Cartoon Network had to find another person to replace Donnell. Despite the odds, they somehow managed to find another perfect fit for the role of Darwin, and that was Christian J. Simon. He's the most recent voice actor for Darwin, starting in Season 6, Episode 10, The Anybody. He picks up right where Donnell left off, serving as a subtle send-off to Donnell while introducing Christian J. Simon as the new voice of Darwin, which again just showed how great the team behind Gumball are with handling these situations. I couldn't find any interviews with Christian talking about his role as Darwin, though that might be because he's still actively involved with the show, and it's likely returning for Season 7 later this year. We do know that Christian has continued to play Darwin after the 6th season ended, playing him in spin-offs like Darwin's Yearbook and the Gumball Chronicles. So for now, we're left to piece together what we can from what's already out there. Christian's journey in the entertainment industry started all the way back in 2016, after he and his family moved to Los Angeles so he could chase his dream of acting. Before voicing Darwin, his voice can also be heard in a bunch of other popular shows, like We Bare Bears, Puppy Dog Pals, and so much more. Among all these actors who have voiced Darwin throughout the years, Christian might be the most successful one overall. He's made a name for himself not just in voice acting, but in live-action roles as well. On top of that, he's also a talented singer, something that may have influenced Cartoon Network's casting decision. Since Donnell was a strong vocalist, it makes sense that the showrunners wanted someone who could carry the musical side of Darwin's character, and Christian definitely delivered on that. One example of him showing his singing abilities was in the episode The Silence. His singing in that episode isn't just impressive, it adds real emotion and makes the scene hit even harder.
It's nothing that we ever felt we had to hide. Said nothing lasts forever. I never thought they'd mean us.
Christian J. Simon has really showcased his ability to bring Darwin to life in all of his complexity. He's proven himself to be an ideal choice for the role, and it'll be fun to see how he continues to evolve the character in upcoming episodes, or maybe even the Amazing World of Gumball movie. But come on, we did Darwin, how could we forget the main cat himself, Gumball? And trust me, he has had quite a few changes to his voice too. Over the years, Gumball's voice has changed a lot, starting out super young,
That's not the pizza cutter, that's a DVD! Oh, give me that!
and ending up way older sounding.
Sorry, but it's just advertising 101, man.
And while it might seem just like the case of an actor growing up, the real story is a lot darker than that. So to understand why Gumball's voice doesn't sound like it used to, we have to go back to the show's first episode. Gumball has always sounded young and enthusiastic, but this was especially the case in the first few seasons. And that's all because of his voice actor, Logan Grove. Logan voiced him all the way from the first episode, the DVD, up until season 3, in the episode, The Kids. His performance really brought out Gumball's fun and mischievous personality, but what made it stand out even more was how well he handled the emotional scenes. Whether Gumball was being over-the-top dramatic, being honest, or committing war crimes, Logan's voice always fit the moment, showing why he was picked as the voice of Gumball.
We are responsible for the future generation. We make the children that will become the world of tomorrow.
Logan's standout performance earned him a BTVA Voice Acting Award for the best vocal performance by a child. He was also nominated for an Annie Award for his work in television production. And while Logan was happy with all the spotlight and joy it was bringing to him, a major issue was slowly developing at the same time. When season 2 came around, Logan's voice had started to change as he hit puberty. In the earlier episodes, his voice had that ideal childlike tone, but as the season went on, the change became more and more obvious, and unfortunately, it was clear that his voice was starting to sound too old for Gumball.
Come on, let's try it again.
We enjoy it while we can!
By the time season 3 started airing, the team was forced to start looking into a replacement for Logan, since his voice really just didn't fit the character anymore. And for that, they needed someone perfect. Someone who could capture everything we loved about Logan's version of Gumball, while also bringing their own unique twist to the character. That's where Gumball's third voice actor comes into play, Jacob Hopkins. And I say third because Gumball actually had another voice actor that voiced the character before Logan did, but he only voiced the character character for the unaired pilot, meaning no one ever heard him play Gumball on TV. And since unlike the first actor who played Gumball, the show had to be careful when changing the character's voice, which they did in the most Gumball way possible. In the episode, The Kids, Gumball and Darwin's voices suddenly drop and become super deep, making them realize that they're starting to grow up. They try to brush it off and go about their day, but the new voice ends up causing all kinds of problems. And just when they finally start to accept the change, their voices randomly switch back and they find out they can actually stay kids forever. At first, it sounds awesome, until they realize they're literally gonna be young forever. The episode wraps up with them awkwardly trying to laugh it off, at which point the voices had to be changed for new actors. This episode was a clever way of addressing the fact that Logan and Quasi, the voice actors for Gumball and Darwin, have both gone through puberty, which changed how Gumball and Darwin sounded. Rather than just swapping out the voices behind the scenes, the creators chose to make it a part of the show. They used the episode as a way to introduce the new voice actors while also giving a proper send-off to the originals. Logan and Quasi have been with these characters for a long time, so being replaced probably wasn't the easiest thing to accept. But in this episode, they were able to part ways with their characters in a meaningful way and look ahead to new opportunities in their careers. After that episode, Jacob Hopkins officially became Gumball's new voice actor, voicing him all the way up until Season 5, Episode 12, The Copycats. Before landing the role of Gumball, Jacob had already been building a solid acting career, with some pretty notable roles at a very young age. One of his first big roles was playing Alexander Drew on HBO's True Blood, where he got to show his skills in a more serious and dramatic role. He also appeared on the sitcom The Goldbergs, playing a character named Chad Kremp in several episodes over a few seasons. And he obviously needed to be a good voice actor for that, since by this point, Gumball was a massive hit. But apart from being a good voice actor, his voice also needed to sound similar to the old Gumball as much as possible. When he took over in Season 3, he brought a whole new energy to the character, while keeping his goofy charm and all-around wild personality.
Okay, let's see what's going on in there. Oh my gosh, there's two of them, and they're kissing!
His take on the role kept the character just as fun and lovable as ever, and it quickly became one of the parts people best knew him for, especially during his time playing Gumball. Because in interviews, his normal voice sounded exactly like his voice for Gumball. If someone was to meet him in real life and know about Gumball, they would realize that they're basically talking to Gumball. Jacob was pretty much one with the character.
I also like to play lots of sports, taekwondo, spend time with my family, video games, Nintendo, for all those Nintendo fans out there.
For Jacob, playing Gumball was a dream come true, as he watched the show way before he was ever cast for the voice of Gumball, so he knew the character inside and out. He understood Gumball's humor, energy, and personality, which made it super easy for him to take over the role and make it his own. When he did get the part, he said he would pull up an episode of Gumball, mute it, and voice over him as a way to practice. It came very natural for him, almost like he'd been preparing without even realizing. But like many voice actors, Jacob eventually hit that unavoidable moment. His voice started to change, and just like Logan, as he got older, it became harder to match Gumball's younger, high-pitched tone. So once again, the showrunners made the tough decision to recast the role with Nicholas Cantu, and they had to do it once again in the most Gumball way possible, by making it into an episode, of course. In Jacob's final episode, The Copycats, after dealing with their copycats versions, Gumball and Darwin say they're irreplaceable, but mid-sentence they suddenly glitch and their voices change out of nowhere. This wasn't just a random glitch though. This was the moment Nicholas Cantu took over as the voice of Gumball, and Terrell Ransom Jr. also stepped in as Darwin. It makes use of the situation. Instead of quietly switching the characters' voices behind the scenes, Nicholas Cantu voiced Gumball all the way up until the very last episode in Season 6 titled The Inquisition. But Gumball wasn't his first role either. Since at just 12 years old, he got his start in the industry with a voice appearance as Diego in a 2016 episode of Dora and Friends. Not long after, he made a quick leap into leading roles, voicing Rowan Freemaker in LEGO Star Wars The Freemaker Adventures. For a 12-year-old, this was a pretty good start to begin his acting career. However, it wasn't until his role as Gumball where he found massive success. He was able to take Jacob's place as the voice of Gumball and improve upon it in many ways. And one of these was with his singing. One of the things that the Amazing World of Gumball was well known for before this was his songs. One of the most popular songs being Be Your Own You from the Copycats.
Be your own you, be your own you. Don't
And one of Nicholas Cantu's best music performances in the show, easily, hands down, has to be Goodbye.
My face will be too mangled to identify.
This performance alone just shows how much emotion and depth he really brought to Gumball. Not just through his dialogue, but through music too. And honestly, while all the voice actors who've played Gumball brought something unique to the table, Nicholas's performance in Goodbye really makes him stand out as the best singer to ever voice the character. Now, if you feel like you've heard of Nicholas Cantu before, even outside of Gumball, you probably have. He used to be a YouTuber. He made videos under the name Junkie Janker and did a bit of everything. Vlogs, Q&A, commentary, you name it. He also played in a bunch of Minecraft Monday events with popular YouTubers such as Technoblade, Mr. Beast, James Charles, and so much more. However, his YouTube career would come to an end in 2023 when he got into drama with another popular Minecraft YouTuber, Dream. However, since then he's made a comeback and has a new YouTube channel called the Cantu Network. Nicholas Cantu ended up staying the voice of Gumball until season 6, where the series ended on a cliffhanger. There is a season 7 in the works, with a new trailer that just came out called The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball. But I don't think Nicholas Cantu is going to continue his role of Gumball for a multitude of reasons, with one of them being that his voice has gotten a lot deeper, and the last season was in 2019, nearly 7 years ago, and now he's a full-grown adult. Unless we get an Adult Swim version of Gumball, I doubt he'll continue to play the character. And although this is where a lot of people think it ends, there's actually one more major change to his voice, which might hint a lot about where Gumball will end up in the coming years. Even though there hasn't been much information about the new season of Gumball, there have been several spin-off series of Gumball somewhat recently, in which Gumball was voiced by a completely new guy named Duke Cutler. Duke voices Gumball in the Gumball Chronicles, which is a spin-off series that used clips from older episodes, but added new animation and new voice acting. He voiced Gumball in newer scenes.
Cool. For a second there, I worried you thought it was a bad idea.
But the show didn't redo lines for older voice actors, so you get a piece of each voice actor who played Gumball in this series. Duke's portrayal of Gumball sounds similar to his past voices, while still sounding slightly different. Even though Duke doesn't have the most experience with voice acting, his performance on Gumball Chronicles does show that he can voice act and play the role well. But now, let's move on and talk about the entire evolution of Gumball. The amazing world of Gumball has evolved from an experiment to a multi-million-dollar show in just 14 years. From new character designs to the creator now hating his own show, we're gonna go from the beginning all the way to now to understand exactly how we got here. The amazing world of Gumball officially premiered on May 9th, 2011, but the idea actually goes all the way back to 2008. At the time, it was a rough concept with the working title Gumball, and while the characters were still coming together, what really stood out was the animation. It mixed 2D styles and 3D styles with real-world images. A strange combo at the time, but one that ended up giving the show its signature look. But the mix of styles didn't just apply to the backgrounds, it extended to the characters themselves. Gumball had his blue look, but was noticeably less polished, which they probably did on purpose. His head was more rectangular in shape, and his enormous eyes took up the majority of his face. In the even earlier designs of Gumball, the blue cat we all know and love today wasn't even planned to exist. Originally, he was gonna be a blue dog, but as the character developed, they realized his personality, unlucky but still cheerful, would better fit a cat, specifically a black cat. However, the black cat idea was still too limiting for the kinds of stories they wanted to tell, so the team ended up going back to the drawing board, trying to find something that would stand out even more. And that's when they got an idea. They decided to make him blue because it wasn't a color you'd typically see on cats, and it gave off this 70s, 80s Japanese mascot vibe. That one change ended up defining Gumball forever, making the blue cat instantly recognizable all around the world. But Gumball wasn't the only character to go through a transformation. Darwin's story is just as personal and unique. He was inspired by Ben Bucklett, the showmaker's real-life friend Paul, who spent so much time with the family that they were basically like his adoptive parents to him. That experience shaped Darwin's role on the show, not as just Gumball's best friend, but as someone who was brought into the Watterson family and loved like one of their own. And just like his backstory, Darwin's design went through some changes too. His overall look was recognizable, but those early versions were definitely a bit different. His eyes were oversized, and his head looked way too big for his body. And And maybe the biggest challenge was he was originally animated in 3D instead of 2D. But it wasn't just the animation that was changed in the pilot. The voices were completely different too.
Ready? Ready! Ready for what?
Gumball was still in its very early stages, but it was clearly on the path to something special. And in 2011, we finally got to see the potential come to life when the first episode premiered in the US, called the DVD. Right from the start, The Amazing World of Gumball stood out with its wild mix of animation styles, real-world photography for backgrounds, characters, and so much more. Season 1 kicked off with 36 episodes and gave us a real look at the Watterson family and their totally chaotic lives in Elmore. Alongside Gumball and Darwin, we met Richard, Nicole, and Anais. People were hooked fast, and it didn't take long for Gumball to become one of Cartoon Network's most popular shows. Behind the scenes, the show would always be changing, especially when it comes to the voice actors. In the beginning, Logan Grove and Kwesi Bache took over the new voices of Gumball and Darwin, and they showed that they were perfect picks to bring Gumball and Darwin to life. But as time went on, things would change in ways no one saw coming. Changes that would eventually shape the future of the show in unexpected ways. Before long, The Amazing World of Gumball was already making waves. In 2011, just after debuting, it won the British Academy Children's Award for Animation. The first episode pulled in 2.12 million viewers in the US, which really just shows how quickly the show started catching on. Critics also took notice. These early wins set the stage for Gumball to become a standout show in animation, but after a successful debut season, Gumball came back with even more energy and creativity in season 2. Premiering on August 7th, 2012, the new season continued what made it a hit. Some major changes this year included updates to Gumball and Darwin's appearances. While they still had the same iconic designs we all know and love, a few subtle changes were made, such as fading the shadow on Darwin's body, which was mistaken a lot for clothes, and rounding out both Darwin and Gumball's eyes. This would also be the case with the rest of the Watterson family to match Gumball and Darwin. In this year, Logan Grove, Gumball's voice actor, would go on to win an Annie Award for the best voice acting in an animated TV production, a recognition that showcased his incredible talent and dedication that he put into bringing Gumball to life.
You're a complete nutcase, man! I don't want to fight you anymore!
Behind the scenes though, there were a few things that were starting to unravel. The actors behind Gumball and Darwin were facing a growing problem that, while going unnoticed by many, would only intensify over the next few years. Season 3 of The Amazing World of Gumball kicked off on June 5th, 2014 with a major change. The voices of Gumball and Darwin, Logan Grove and Kwesi Bache, who had voiced the duo since season 1, stepped away as their voices naturally matured. By the end of season 2, it was clear that their voices were getting deeper, and they were starting to outgrow their roles. If you compare seasons 1 and 2, you can hear a huge difference. So in the episode The Kids, Gumball's voice actor was switched out to Jacob Hopkins, and Darwin's voice actor was switched out to Terrell Ransom Jr. Season 3 also marked the final update for the Wattersons family designs. They got rounder eyes and a slight visual upgrade, but from this point on, their appearances remained mostly the same. By 2015, The Amazing World of Gumball had really found its place, mixing good writing with a visually appealing show that really stood out to fans. And season 4, which came out this year, was proof of that. With a 93% rating on Rotten Tomatoes and consistently strong fan feedback, it was clear the show wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Every episode continued to push the boundaries. Around this time, fans couldn't help but speculate about the possibility of a Gumball movie. It wasn't confirmed, but the idea started to slowly become more talked about. As Gumball's fan base grew, the idea of a movie wasn't totally out of the question anymore. It started to feel like a real possibility. And in October of this year, Ben Bucklett dropped a casual comment that would cause years of excitement. In an interview with The Times, a popular British news company, Ben Bucklett mentioned that there was interest in making a Gumball movie. It wasn't an official announcement, but that one comment would set the fan base on fire, turning the idea of a Gumball movie from a mere wish to something that's entirely possible. If only they knew the challenges behind the scenes, issues, delays, and obstacles that would hold up the movie for years. But before any of that came to light, season 5 of Gumball dropped in 2016, keeping fans occupied while they anxiously waited for news on the movie. But not even a week after season 5 of Gumball dropped, the creator, Ben Bucklett, announced that season 6 would be his last season he'd work on. Ben had been with The Amazing World of Gumball from the start, so his announcement marked a major turning point for The Amazing World of Gumball. With him gone, the question came, could the show continue without the man who created it all? The creative direction would now fall into new hands, and that shift could change everything. I wonder what the show would look like without Ben. I'm glad it was his choice. That means we're definitely gonna get a whole, complete, satisfying run. Fans were split over Ben Bucklet's departure after season 6. Some were concerned about how Gumball would continue without its creator. On the flip side, others respected his decisions and were hopeful for the future, knowing that it was his choice to step away. At first, Ben's announcement had fans thinking that season 6 would mark the end of the series. Also, you know, I'm the one leaving after season 6, but it's not necessarily the end of the Amazing World of Gumball. But then, he stepped in to clear things up, essentially saying, hey, I'm the one leaving, but the show isn't. However, as time went on, the idea that season 6 might actually be the final chapter began to feel more real. While Ben was already saying his final goodbyes early, new cast members were being welcomed to the show. By this point in season 5, Jacob Hopkins and Terrell Ransom Jr. had been voicing Gumball and Darwin since season 3, but just like the original actors before them, they started to get too old for their roles. So the show brought in new voice actors, and Nicholas Cantu started voicing Gumball, and Donnell Hansley Jr. started voicing Darwin. After the episode The Copycats, they quickly settled into their roles, picking up right where the previous actors left off. And over the next year, they would work on the show behind the scenes, getting ready for the next season that was about to come. Season 6 of Gumball premiered in 2018, introducing another change in the voice cast. While Nicholas Cantu continued voicing Gumball, Donnell Jr. was replaced by Christian J. Simon as Darwin. This transition occurred in the episode The Anybody, where Darwin's voice noticeably shifted after clearing his throat, and it happened so quickly that you probably wouldn't even notice unless you're a really big fan.
I do not sound like that. Try clearing your throat. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's better.
Even with the voice change, the show kept doing what it did best. Then, in 2018, news came out that season 6 would be the last, with also more news about the Gumball movie. Season 6 is confirmed to be the final season. The show will end with 240 episodes, a movie script is being written, but we just don't know if a movie will actually be made just yet. And Ben retweeted this, meaning it wasn't a joke. Well, we finally got an update on the movie. At the same time, Gumball seemed to finally be wrapping up. Yo, I like deadass wanna cry. Please don't let the show end. Gumball is my favorite. Please, no! We were finally getting to the movie we'd all been waiting for, but at what cost? The end of Gumball meant saying goodbye to the world that we've all grown to love. With fans knowing that season 6 would be the last, there was nothing else to do but wait for that final episode. But when it came, it didn't conclude anything, and just made us question even more what was happening. Season 6 wrapped up on June 19th with a real cliffhanger, with Rob falling into the void after warning about a certain danger that's coming. The Amazing World of Gumball series finale wasn't just disappointing, it was depressing. I used to hate it, but since the movie got announced, I really enjoyed the episode. As expected, season 6 divided the entire fan base. Some were disappointed, feeling it could have wrapped things up better, while others loved it and eagerly hoped it would set the stage for something bigger, like the movie. In the end, opinions were split and the fan base debated it for months, and even still to this day. While we waited for what was to come next, the following years would give us some content to pass the time. In 2019, we got an unexpected treat with Darwin's Yearbook, a 6-episode miniseries that dropped in December 2019. This time, the spotlight shifted away from Gumball and onto his best friend and adoptive brother, Darwin. The series follows Darwin as he works on the Elmore Junior High Yearbook, deciding who wins the title of Best Person Ever. Although it was only 6 episodes, and mostly recycled clips from the Gumball episodes, it still included some fresh moments that kept fans entertained while they waited for the finale of season 6 to be answered. After the release of Darwin's Yearbook, fans were treated to another mini-series called the Gumball Chronicles, which followed a similar format. This new series aired in 2020, which was almost a year after Darwin's Yearbook ended. This yet again was another trip down memory lane, giving us short episodes that revisited some of the most memorable moments from the Amazing World of Gumball, with new stuff sprinkled in between. While these miniseries were a fun distraction, they also left fans eager to see the next big step in the Gumball universe. Get it? That's the name of the channel. Subscribe. Anyways, and on whether or not that would finally bring the long-awaited movie to life, almost a year later, we finally got some promising updates about the movie. On September 21st, 2021, fans were finally treated with some exciting news. HBO Max and Cartoon Network officially greenlit The Amazing World of Gumball, the series, alongside a full-length, feature-length film Gumball movie. It seemed that the long-awaited movie was finally moving forward, and the future of Gumball Gumball looked even brighter than ever. And we were also gonna get this new series, separated from the actual Gumball show. For many, this was the moment they'd been hoping for. A return to Elmore on a much bigger scale. The movie, alongside the new series, promised everything that fans had been waiting for, and it seemed like the long wait was finally over. But things would soon take a turn for the worst the very next year. In August of 2022, Warner Bros. Merged with Discovery, and things started to get pretty messy. At first, it seemed like it could be a good change for viewers, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. With this new merge came the unfortunate cancellation of several fan-favorite shows and movies from HBO Max's lineup, and sadly, Gumball got caught in the crossfire. Despite the green light we had received less than a year earlier, the movie we'd all been waiting for, alongside the new series, was put on hold. With no signs of it ever becoming a thing, we were essentially just left hanging, unsure of what would happen to the movie and the new series we'd all been so excited about. While all hope seems lost, behind the scenes, Gumball wasn't completely gone. In the same year, some crew members updated their LinkedIn profiles, hinting that they were still working on Gumball-related projects. Studios like Bobby Pills and Lighting VFX also appeared linked in the project, suggesting that, despite HBO Max's cuts, production was still quietly happening behind the scenes. With no updates for nearly 2 years, we were left to speculate about what was coming next. Then, just when it seemed like the wait would never end, we finally got the news we'd all been hoping for. On May 19th, 2025, Hulu posted a trailer to their YouTube channel called The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, which is now airing as a Hulu-exclusive spin-off version of the show like originally intended. Although basically, this is just going to be Season 7 of Gumball, with the same personality of the characters and locations in the show. And just very recently, as of recording this video, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball just fully released on Hulu. And it's insane! From AI companions, to an app that turns people into zombies, it really feels like Gumball is covering more current events than ever. And in this new show, we also get introduced to new voice actors for the characters. Elkio Thiel and Hero Hunter will be the new voices for Gumball and Darwin Watterson in the new Amazing World of Gumball series. And in the show, these voices sound great.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah. We're never eating tofu burger for the rest of our life.
But now that we've gone over all of these changes to Gumball, let's take a deep dive and look into why the show never got bad. Well, most shows lose their charm over time. The Amazing World of Gumball defied the odds of falling off after the early seasons. Instead, as time went on, Gumball just kept getting better and better, never losing what made it so good in the first place. So what kept Gumball from following the typical downward trend of other shows, like SpongeBob or Family Guy? Well, today we're gonna look at the 6 main reasons why Gumball never got bad, and how it pulled off one of the most remarkable runs in cartoon history. One of the biggest reasons for Gumball's success has to be its characters. Every great show has a cast that either makes it or breaks it, and in Gumball's case, the characters are a huge part of what makes it so loved. Sure, there are a few characters that are hated for being annoying or downright evil, but the main cast of 5 in the Watterson family more than makes up for it. Gumball is the main troublemaker. He turns simple things into total chaos, but that's what makes him so fun. Darwin is his best friend and brother who is always kind and caring, always there to help. Anais is the youngest and super smart, but she can still act like a kid sometimes. Nicole is the strong and caring mom who keeps everyone in line, and Richard is the silly dad who acts like a complete idiot. There's even a time that Richard reviewed a calculator like it was a literal video game. This clip is literally peak Gumball. I don't care what you say.
Okay, hi. This week I'm reviewing this game I found was part of my computer. Okay, so I'm just loading up the game now. Okay, it's called Calculator.
However, the Amazing World of Gumball is much more than just the Wattersons. Some of the most bizarre characters you'll ever see in a cartoon will be found throughout the town of Elmore. Every character in Elmore is totally weird in their own way, but that's what makes Gumball, you know, Gumball. I mean, you got a talking banana, a talking chin, a giant T-Rex, and many more odd characters in the world of Gumball. All of them play a role in the show, either helping Gumball or doing the complete opposite. it. You have Penny, who is always there to support Gumball, and then there's Tobias, who usually appears as a friend of Gumball, but can also play an antagonist role at times. With such a weird mix of characters, the show never feels like it's repeating itself. There's always something new, either an unexpected interaction or a storyline featuring all kinds of different personalities. That's a big reason why The Amazing World of Gumball never gets old. They could have just stuck to the usual formula like most other shows, focusing on mainly the family and a few main characters. But instead, they took minor characters and actually gave them the chance to star in full episodes. And we see this in multiple episodes, such as the shippening, using Sarah's weird fanfiction to ship characters in Elmore. Or take the episode The Extras, where background characters finally get the spotlight, showing just how much depth and personality even the smallest roles can have. Every character got their time to shine, and that's what makes Elmore feel so alive. But speaking of characters, one of the big reasons Gumball never lost its charm is because of how much the characters actually grow. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been praised for its jokes or animation, but something that's totally overlooked is the character development. The problem with most shows is that the main character can't evolve, and this often makes the series feel formulaic. When the main character remains the same from episode to episode, there's no real growth or change, and because of this, the audience may lose interest because there's nothing new to explore. I mean, if I had a favorite character and they don't show any growth throughout the series, I would eventually dislike the show for not trying to improve it over time. However, Gumball avoids this problem by letting its characters, particularly Gumball, develop throughout the series. For example, Gumball starts off as kind of the loser, and is just the main punching bag of most episodes. But as the series goes on, Gumball starts to gain more confidence and mature a bit, even going as far as gaining a deeper voice. He's not the punching bag anymore, and we don't see him get bullied like he used to. He goes from being this awkward troublemaker to some people genuinely liking to hang out with him. That's why a lot of fans love his character. He's not just a one-dimensional troublemaker, he's a complex character who learns, adapts, and grows throughout the series. But it's not just about Gumball growing. Darwin, Anais, Nicole, and even Richard have their own stories of development too. Each of them goes through their own challenges and growth, which keeps the audience engaged and invested in their journeys as much as Gumball's. However, as much as the characters play a huge role in Gumball, the next reason why Gumball is so loved is for its great animation. In season 1, the animation wasn't anything too crazy or next level, but after the show started experimenting with different styles and techniques, it really showed how creatively they can use different animation to tell a story. Originally, the animation was handled by a company called Studio Soy, which gave the first season a more traditional yet charmingly simple look. But as the show continued, so did its visuals. By the time the later seasons rolled around, Gumball's animation was taken over completely by Bulldog Studios, known for pushing boundaries in animation. This shift allowed the show to experiment with 2D, 3D, and live action, creating these visuals that helped define Gumball and its unique style. The change in animation really highlighted the show's evolution, and the difference in quality is clear. The bold approach to animation became one of Gumball's defining features, making it stand out not just as a funny show, but one that was visually dynamic and ever evolving. While the main characters like Gumball and Darwin are traditionally rendered in 2D, they also appear in multiple different animation styles with no limits. I think a great example of this is in the episode The Fury, in which the creators use an anime art style to show Nicole and Yuki's rivalry. Yeah, this episode was intense. The budget must have gone way over what they planned. The creators don't limit themselves to just one animation style, but instead embrace multiple styles. Even with all the challenge that comes with blending them into the show, this approach not only keeps the series visually fresh, but also adds a layer of depth and creativity that audiences love. By mixing all kinds of animation styles, the show keeps things exciting and unpredictable. It's the kind of thing that grabs your attention, whether you're a kid or an adult. This thoughtful integration of different animation techniques not only sets Gumball apart from other animated series, but also shows how the animation can be used in all kinds of creative ways to tell a story. But another thing that makes Gumball so good is the voice actors. actors. Instead of going down the usual route of hiring professional adult voice actors, the creators decided to cast real kids to voice the main characters. I mean, not to say the kids were completely inexperienced, they were also voice actors, but they were obviously still very young. Gumball has been voiced by Nicholas Cantu, Jacob Hopkins, and Logan Grove over the years, and each of them brought that perfect mix of mischief and charm that makes him so lovable. You can almost hear the energy and emotion in their voices, which makes Gumball sound just like a real kid. In this interview about auditioning for Gumball, apparently Jacob didn't even try to voice Gumball, because that was just his natural voice at the time.
I sounded a lot like him, and when he yelled, when I yell, I have like a raspiness just like him.
Which means if you were to meet him in person, you would basically meet Gumball in real life. But it wasn't just Gumball who got such great voice acting. Darwin's voice is just as important. Real kids were casted to voice both Gumball and Darwin. The voices behind our favorite talking fish are Donnell Hansley Jr., Terrell Ransom Jr., Kwesi Boche, and Christian J. Simon. Each of these actors brought their own special touch to Darwin, giving him that kind, genuine voice we all love. Not only did these kids have talent in voice acting, but their singing was another big factor. When I tell you these kids could sing, they could sing.
Your smile answers my silent scream. Your photo on the screen. Goodbye. My face will be too mangled to identify.
You could say their singing is amazing. Anyways, you can totally see that the voice actors for Gumball and Darwin weren't just voicing Gumball and Darwin. They were Gumball and Darwin. That kind of identity had a huge effect, and it's the reason why Gumball never really fell off. What could have been a gigantic roadblock, casting new voice actors, turned out to be something the show did really fun in a creative way. They leaned into it, used it for jokes, songs, and even made whole episodes like The Kids about changing voice actors. Although I only talked about Gumball and Darwin, the voice acting in The Amazing World of Gumball goes far beyond just those two. Everyone behind the voices of the show played their part and brought the entire world to life. But of course, voice acting is only half of what it takes to make Gumball such an incredible show. As crucial as it is to have someone good voicing Gumball and Darwin, the jokes and story in the episodes wouldn't hit nearly as hard without the writing. Every cartoon has its own sense of humor. Family Guy with those random cutaway gags, and South Park with that really dark and edgy humor. Each show has their own way to tell jokes and stories, and Gumball is one that doesn't miss. The humor in Gumball can be enjoyed by anyone. If you're an innocent kid, you wouldn't even realize some of the dark jokes in the show. Some of Gumball's best jokes are the ones you wouldn't notice the first time around. When you're a kid, you don't notice these things at first, but then when you watch them again when you're older, you're suddenly catching all these references and dark jokes that totally went over your head before. No matter how old you are, you'll never really outgrow Gumball. You'll just start to see more of what makes it brilliant. One of the coolest things about the show is how self-aware it is. The show knows it's a cartoon and leans into that in the funniest ways possible. Like in the tape where the characters mess with their own timeline using a remote control, skipping ahead and rewinding like it's totally normal. Or in the Copycats where they roast a Chinese ripoff of Gumball.
Be your own you.
Try something new.
Find your own things to do. Get in your stupid car and don't come back.
They'll switch up the animation mid-scene, break the fourth wall out of nowhere, and even joke about Cartoon Network itself, all without feeling out of place. In pretty much any other show, that kind of stuff would feel like it's trying way too hard, as it's the only joke they could come up with. But in Gumball, it just somehow works. I guess it's because in the world of Gumball, it's not really forced upon you. The writing is smart and weird in the best way, but it never feels like it's trying to prove anything. You can tell that the writers are just having fun with it, throwing out the wildest ideas and seeing how far they can push the joke without breaking the show. And honestly, that's what makes Gumball so great. It feels like the writers know what Gumball is, but don't want to push it any further than it needs to go. They let the show be weird, self-aware, and chaotic without overdoing it and making it feel forced. And the final reason why Gumball never got bad is because of its strong community. From fans to the creators, the show has always been a dedicated group of people who appreciate its unique blend of creativity. community. The fan base is incredibly passionate through art, memes, and discussions, which keeps the spirit of the series alive even after the last season aired in 2019. The support for Gumball has never stopped, and seems to keep going from here. There is a ton of content out there. Whether it's deep dives into the show's themes, fan art, or remixes, people are constantly keeping the conversation going. Heck, even here on this channel, we love Gumball, and that's why I make videos about it. And if it wasn't for your guys' support, I wouldn't be able to talk about Gumball as much as I want to. So, thank you. Because fans still support the show, a spin-off, season 7, and even a movie have been in the works. The fact that fans are still so interested in the show just shows how much the characters and stories really connect people. Gumball isn't just another show that aired. It became a part of pop culture that will probably be loved for years to come. The bond between the show and its community is something special, going beyond the show itself. Now, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because I'll be here to cover everything Gumball related coming this year and much more. Out of Gumball's hundreds of characters that they've introduced over their 7 seasons, there are 18 specific ones that have been forgotten over time and were phased out as the show moved on. From some characters with their entire gag being that they're forgotten, to characters that actually stopped showing up, today we're gonna look into what happened to every single one of them. Starting with Rob, who has some of the deepest lore out of anybody in this video. Before he became what we know him as today, Gumball's arch nemesis used to be nothing but a background character with no purpose. He first appeared in the pilot episode, just standing in the background. He made his first appearance in the real show in the episode The Party from season 1, where again, he's just in the background. But after a few more background appearances in the show, he was quickly forgotten and can be seen in the Void, a place where all things and characters are left forgotten, labeled as mistakes. This is until the episode The Nobody, when Gumball and Darwin are accused of stealing from the family and are punished by missing a trip to the museum, which they could care less about, but they start getting curious and discover a mysterious stranger living under their house. After a chase around town, the stranger finally admits that he stayed there because the Wattersons never notice. He says he's a nobody, and that he's trying to figure himself out. He's trying to find a purpose. And after going through a bunch of choices, Gumball and Darwin decide to give him the role as a villain to help him fit in, which sparks something in his brain. And he remembers that he's Rob, who escaped the Void after being ignored, leaving him disfigured, giving him finally something to live for.
I will be your worst nightmare. I will destroy everything you care about. I will take away everyone you love. I will be your nemesis.
Oh, cool. Glad we could help.
From seasons 4 to 6, Rob really lived up to his role as the main villain of Gumball, with memorable episodes like The Disaster, The Rerun, The Bus. The final episode he appeared in was the last episode of Gumball, being The Inquisition, and in this episode, we get left on the biggest cliffhanger in Gumball history.
Oh no, it started.
And when season 7 came around, we got nothing, and we've not seen any of Rob or the Void in this season so far. So I wonder if we'll ever get an explanation for the Void, or on where Rob's character went. But while Rob was able to go from a nobody to a main character in just 1 season, the same cannot be said about Molly. She first appeared in the episode The Third, along with other characters in the schoolyard. However, she quickly proved to be a boring character, so much so that they gave her an entire episode based on how boring she is.
I'm on hall monitor duty, so I'm monitoring the halls. That's what a hall monitor does.
And hey, it's not me saying it, but whatever happened to Molly? Well, after proving to be a boring character, she was eventually cast out of the side characters and completely vanished from season 2, only showing up in background photos. This isn't until the episode The Void, where we learned where Molly has been the entire time. It starts off with Gumball and Darwin watching cheerleading practice when the pyramid collapses, injuring the cheerleaders and making the boys suspect that something is missing. Then, out of nowhere, Mr. Small, wearing a tinfoil hat, tells them to
look for what's not there. Look for
What doesn't make sense?
I think we're looking at it right now.
At Darwin's locker, they notice locker 116 doesn't exist. The yearbook reveals erased photos, and Gumball realizes that the missing person is Molly, who no one else remembers. So with Mr. Small's help, they investigate, finding a hidden photo in the gap where locker 116 should be. They track it back to her missing treehouse, discover a tear in reality, and get pulled into the void. In here, they find Molly frozen up in her treehouse, free her, and try to escape as the void closes. Reuniting with Mr. Small, they escape with his van just in time. This was the last episode where we find a forgotten character in the void, but the rest of the characters in this video haven't just been to the void being forgotten and came back. These characters actually disappeared forever, and who better to start with than Rachel? Her first and final appearance was in the episode The Party, where she throws a party that you can only show up to if you have a date. But after this, she would only show up in a few other episodes with the rest of her family or montages of previous episodes, only for her to completely disappear, with no mention of her name again. So what happened to her? Well, there are multiple reasons for her disappearance. The first reason is because the creator, Ben Boclet, along with some staff and team members, disliked her character and design, saying that it's because we weren't fond of her voice and design. But you're right, writing a teen girl is pretty hard. I wish I was a baby. However, the original tweet is deleted, so we don't know exactly if this is really about Rachel or not. We also know that if you don't like a certain character, you can always change them to be more likable or important to the series. Just look into how Rob went from a side character to a main antagonist in just a few seasons. The second reason appears in the spin-off series titled Darwin's Yearbook, a short series that focuses on multiple different characters. But in the second episode, Clayton, we finally get an answer for what happened to her.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. What happened to your sister Rachel?
Oh, she's gone.
Gone? Like, gone the way of the dinosaur?
No, gone to college, obviously.
But that wouldn't stop fans from theorizing. The third reason is a theory that she was consumed by the void. This would make much more sense, because something I didn't mention was that even though she disappeared from the show completely, she still appears in comics, walking around with the other characters. This helps disprove the second explanation that she went to college, because realistically, she would be around the same age as Gumball and Darwin, who are 12 and 10. Yeah, something isn't adding up. So I think if we want the best answer, it's most likely that she was consumed by the void, considered a mistake by the showrunners. But while Tobias' sister is probably floating around somewhere in the void, whatever happened to the clown? His first appearance was in the episode The Procrastinators, where he sends a message to Gumball and Darwin from Nicole, reminding them to take out the trash.
I've got a telegram for Gumball and Darwin, Watterson. Take out the trash, it could be done in a flash. If you do the math, you could avoid your mom's wrath. Signed, Nicole Watterson.
Since then, the clown would leave an eerie mark on the show, appearing in multiple episodes and also sparking many theories across the internet. And if you want to hear more about that, I have an entire video about the clown. But we can just assume that the clown is still lurking, just as unsettling as ever. But the truth is, he isn't who most people think. For example, in the episode The Ghouls, the ghosts and ghouls lost their scare and have to take normal jobs. One of them is the clown, but it doesn't end there. At the end, when Gumball helps Carrie bring back the scare, the clown appears, not to scare Gumball or Darwin, but to thank them.
Thanks, guys.
He would appear again in the episode The Heart. He seems very scary, but immediately says hi to them.
Hey.
With no intention of killing them whatsoever. Since he is also a clown, he most likely does what clowns do best, scaring people. But in reality, he could just be minding his own business and attending birthday parties or whatever you see clowns do nowadays, I don't know. But while the clown is scaring fans to death, whatever happened to Sussy's parent? They first appeared in the episode The Pony, celebrating Sussy's birthday party and even offering Gumball and Darwin $1,000 to stay.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. I'll give you $1,000 if you stay.
Their first and last major appearance would be in the episode The Love, where they're an example of how a relationship can get messy, but probably not messy in the way that you're thinking about. So whatever happened to them? Well, most likely nothing serious, and they're probably just at home taking care of Sussy as usual. But there's also a real chance we'll never get to see them again. With season 7, The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball, Mick Graves, who voiced Sussy's dad, and the one and only Banana Joe, is absent from the new series. This is why Banana Joe's voice sounds completely different from the original.
But who's hiding behind this mess? Oh no, sorry everyone, it is just Rob. Excuse me.
And for Sussy's dad, Mick Graves not only voiced him, but he also portrayed him. And unlike Banana Joe, who was a bigger character compared to Sussy's dad, it's unlikely he'll ever be recast, which is why I believe he'll never return. The same may apply to Sussy's mom, Sarah Fell, who portrayed her and has no credits in season 7. She's still credited for the up-and-coming Gumball movie, so there's still a chance that she can return. But it does seem like both of them moved on to work on Elliot from Earth, and now other projects. So who knows if we'll ever see Sussy's parents again. But while the fate of Sussy's parents remains a mystery, whatever happened to Ant 2? His first and last appearance was in the episode The Recipe, where he was created by Gumball and Darwin, who were curious on how Anton always came back after dying multiple times. But after a mix-up between Ant 2 and the real Anton, the episode ends with Ant 2 in Anton's place.
Look, man, I'm so sorry for what we've done. We played with life and didn't think of the consequences. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us, and we can still be friends.
Still be friends!
Leaving us to wonder if Anton is truly gone and if Ant 2 is meant to replace him. But Anton dying isn't exactly unusual. After all, he can be brought back with just the right toaster temperature. So whatever happened to Ant 2? Well, just like the original Anton, he's almost certainly met the same fate. He's a piece of bread, like what do you expect? And while you can bring him back, he's not the real Anton. So it doesn't make sense to have two pieces of bread running around Elmore. So unless someone accidentally undertoasts their bread, Ant 2 is most likely gonna stay dead. While Ant 2 may be gone, whatever happened to Albert? He first appeared in the episode The Responsible, who was hired as a babysitter, but not that type of babysitting.
Hi, I'm here to sit on the baby.
What?
Well, duh, I'm the babysitter.
Which of course gets a door shut straight in his face. His final appearance is in the episode The Finale, where he is seen among the rest of the Elmore citizens after the water sins. So where is this monster now? Well, technically he has appeared in other episodes. However, these episodes would show him with completely different looks and names.
Who are you sending this to?
Oh, Mickey Maintenance.
Which is why I would stop there and probably say that he's in jail. But if we're really saying that this is Albert, he could be in a disguise, having new looks and names so he can change jobs, since he's most likely a certified cupcake lover, if you know what I mean. I mean, it's not normal to go around and trying to sit on babies' faces, so he's most definitely on the run, changing his name and looks so he doesn't get arrested. But while Albert is running from the cops, whatever happened to Anais' doppelganger? In the episode The Copycats, while sampling the exotic food section, Gumball and Darwin run into Chi-Chi and Ribbit, two siblings who look exactly like them. And then we see that it's not just Gumball and Darwin who have copycats, but the entire Watterson family, all except for one, Anais. Or does it go deeper than that? The show that Gumball is making fun of is Miracle Star, a Chinese ripoff created to advertise goat milk of all things. Which is why the main character is a goat, but the bootleg didn't include one character, that being Anais. At the time, China had a one-child policy, so her being absent was probably to make note of not only that, but also the country's censorship and history with women's rights. It's also a darker reference to the one-child policy's era's reality, of girls often being aborted or abandoned, showing that the reason that some characters are absent is darker than you think. But whatever happened to Uncle Phil? Their first and last appearance is in the episode The Traitor, where he is popped by Gumball and Darwin after trying to confront Alan for canceling their meetup.
That was my Uncle Phil!
and then is used as gloves for Alan and his mom's surgery.
It's okay. We've got this.
Oh, sorry, Uncle Phil.
And while that surgery was, well, I guess you could say it was a success, whatever happened to Uncle Phil afterwards? Well, the story actually continues into season 5, in the episode The Fuss, when Nicole sees balloons outside. Thinking it was all set up by her family, she goes outside to find Alan and his family that are mourning the death of a family member, with Uncle Phil being nowhere to be found. There's only one possibility that could have happened. Everyone comment rest in peace Uncle Phil, or should I say rest in pieces. But finally, we get to the last characters in this video, who all appear in the episode The Others, which consist of Claire, Jared, Wilson, Mr. Cornell, Rainbow Octopus, Gregor, Bulldog, and Mole. The episode starts with Anais and Darwin watching Gumball fail to go Super Saiyan in the school hallway. When Anais heads to class, Gumball and Darwin are surprised to learn that she attends the same school and is actually in a grade above them, which it took them 4 seasons to realize this. But this leads Anais to point out that there are more students than just Gumball's class, opening their eyes to the rest of the school.
Yes! And believe it or not, some of them have even more interesting lives than you.
So this leads me with one question. What happened to all of these characters? Well, for the whole episode, we focus on a character named Claire Cooper, who is heartbroken and convinced that her story has to end badly. She's stuck on the idea that life is full of disappointments and there's no room for happy endings. But after realizing the type of world they live in, Gumball and Darwin refused to give up, and in the end, they were able to give her the happy ending that she never asked for, where her father was given a new job at the Rainbow Factory, her house was brought back by Miss Yoda Thumb, and crowning her and Jared prom king and queen of Elmore Junior High. And while the episode ends here, the story isn't quite over. While Claire Cooper kept appearing in the show, next up is Wilson, whose body is split into different parts showing his many sides, from cheerleader, football player, and even a goth. Claire says that's where he struggles. That's when Gumball and Darwin jump in, narrating on behalf of how they're gonna help Wilson find himself. So after giving Claire her happy ending, their egos weren't satisfied enough, so they had to help Wilson too. And it might have not been as over the top as Claire's ending, but I bet they were still both able to help Wilson, even if they had to force themselves onto it. Next up, we got Claire's geography teacher, Mr. Cornell. At first sight, he seems like the cool teacher, but Mr. Cornell might not be the frog he thinks he is, because in the Inquisition, when Principal Brown is finally done doing his job, after who knows how many years he's been avoiding his duties, we learn that Mr. Cornell did 8 years of hard labor before becoming a teacher.
Elmore Penitentiary.
You worked in a prison?
Well, I did 8 years hard labor, which I guess is technically work.
Basically saying he has a possible darker side, one that we've never seen before. And as much as I want to give him a dark past, he says that he's on the run for something crazy that he did. He's most likely still teaching, just next time you're gonna have to pay more attention to him, because who knows what he has planned, and who knows what he might do in season 7, where we haven't seen him yet, or any of these characters. That leaves us with 4 more, and these ones are pretty relevant. We got Rainbow Octopus, Gregor, Bulldog, and Mole. They're all new classmates that we see in the hallway after Gumball finally notices the rest of the school. Since this show always follows Gumball's point of view, he rarely pays attention to the other students, so we don't learn much about them. For now, all we know is that they're still hanging out around the school, popping up in the background from here and there. Hopefully that changes if we get even more Gumball in the future. Now, we all know the Wattersons are anything but normal, and the same goes for their strength, with Gumball being able to go Super Saiyan, Darwin growing legs through the power of love, Anais cutting a bus in half, Nicole going full-on anime mode, and Richard destroying the entire universe. It's safe to say that the Wattersons are at least a little bit strong. So today, we're going over all of their strengths and abilities, going from the coolest one ones at 100% power, all the way down to 1% power. And we're gonna kick this video off starting with Gumball in his normal state. And in this state, his strength is anything but normal. At just 1% power, he unlocks the ability to transform his body in more ways than you could imagine. You've probably guessed that he could do some unusual things with his body, because, well, he's a cartoon character. But in the episode The Secret, he really takes this to a new level, even for cartoon characters, when he gets flushed down the drain. Because both Gumball and Darwin literally become water droplet, and somehow both fit into a single bottle of water. And if their bodies can morph like this, imagine what else they could do. But we're only at 1% power. Later in this video, we're gonna look at what Gumball is like at 25% power, 50% power, and even 100% power. But things are already starting to get weird at just 5%, at which point he unlocks multiple different new abilities. The first of which being in the episode The Procrastinators, where Gumball and Darwin both somehow can eat themselves alive, which makes even less sense than him being able to morph into a water droplet. But miraculously, Gumball somehow comes back after doing this like nothing ever happened, which is crazy. But what's even more crazy is the fact that you're not subscribed. Yeah, you're not Slit. Anyways, at this point, Gumball's actual strength goes up a lot, which we see in the episode The Mustache. Now, Gumball isn't usually the strongest character, but he becomes a man in this episode after accidentally eating Richard's supplements instead of cereal. And after getting pissed off by Tina Rex, Gumball all of a sudden went through 30 years of puberty in 5 seconds and destroyed Tina.
Enough!
Although this might have only been temporary power, this episode is still insane and shows how strong Gumball can be while barely trying. But we're just getting started, and we're gonna crank it up to 10% power. And at 10% power, Gumball gets a device that can literally control reality. In the episode The Bus, Rob invades the school bus on Principal Brown's weird intervention they were having for the kids on the way to school. And it ends up somehow with Gumball and Rob fighting on a plane's wing. And just as Gumball starts to lose the fight, he gets saved by the cops. But this was just the beginning of Rob's villain arc though, because we see a lot more of him in the rerun, and this is where Gumball's strength really starts to show. In the rerun, Rob gets a remote that can control reality, and he starts doing some crazy things with this, like turning Richard and Nicole into babies, which ends up killing Darwin and Anais. But when Gumball goes to fight Rob in this episode, he actually has some impressive fighting skills while not trying in the slightest, which is a pretty big improvement from last time. But more importantly, Gumball possessed the remote that can control reality, which technically makes him the most powerful being in Elmore at this moment, because with this remote he can fast forward time, reverse time, pause time, and even control subtitles. But it's not a part of his character. It's technically only an external device, so I don't think it's as powerful as some of these later forms that Gumball goes through later in this video, like 25% power, where Gumball unlocks a crazy ability like nothing we've ever seen, changing your DNA. In the episode The Apprentice, Gumball is following around Penny's dad, Mr. Fitzgerald, all day to try to impress him so that he can be with Penny. But it turns out, one of the reasons Mr. Fitzgerald is worried about his daughter Penny being with Gumball is because of his bad genes. And when Gumball finds this out, he literally pulls out his DNA and shows him that he can change it at will.
But you can't do anything about your DNA.
Can't you?
And when Gumball and Mr. Fitzgerald come out of the elevator, we see that by Gumball just slightly changing his DNA, he's somehow summoned a bunch of strange monsters that are following him around. So far in this video, Gumball ate himself, obtained a remote that can control reality, and even changed his own DNA. But we're just getting started, because now we're at 50% power, where even as a child, Gumball was still seen to be super strong. In the episode The Origins, when Gumball found out that Richard was about to flush Darwin down the toilet, Gumball was able to move so fast that everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion.
Too fast.
Okay, wow, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, Gumball can literally break glass just with his scream, which is already really impressive, but he can also seemingly control time, because everything around him slows down to a crawl when Gumball starts running around. And judging by how slow everything else was, we can assume that Gumball was moving faster than the speed of light. That means time would move super slow for Gumball compared to normal people. From the outside, it would look like time completely stopped him. And what's crazy is that this isn't even just a one-off thing. Gumball controlling time actually stays consistent when he grows up. And we see this in the episode The Countdown, where Gumball and Darwin are running late to school and they only have 6 minutes to get there before Miss Simeon marks them late. But for some reason, on screen there is a giant countdown, and Gumball and Darwin can see it in this episode. But when there's only a few seconds left and it seems like all hope is lost, Gumball accidentally runs into the camera, somehow breaking the fourth wall and pausing time in Elmore.
Dude, I think we just broke time.
We never have to worry about time again!
But after a bunch of messing around, they realize that they need to go back to their normal lives. So Gumball spins the time bar on screen and they accidentally go back to a bunch of weird periods in time. Like millions of years in the future when the whole Earth was polluted, back to when the Big Bang happened, and even back to when there was monkey. But them hurting the monkey when they went into this alternate dimension completely changed the outcome of their real world. So Gumball and Darwin kept going back in time to try to fix their mistake, accidentally creating more and more clones of themselves in the meantime after each mistake. But then the real present day Gumball and Darwin fix this after mentioning that it's a time paradox.
Hey, stop it! None of you should be here anyway. It's a time paradox. Oh, yeah.
And when everything seems like it's good, they somehow end up in another dimension where they are the gods of the world. But now we're at 69% power. And at this state, he starts unlocking some of his craziest abilities. One of the biggest ones is literally creating shockwaves just by roasting people. And we see this in the episode The Best, where Carmen is absolutely annoying Gumball by constantly calling him out for all of the things that he does, like being on his phone while talking to people and not eating vegetables.
Carmen's more smug than Anais when she does her wiener dog face.
Her what now?
You know, when she uses a clever word and her face is all like,
Shh! This is a library. People are trying to work. If you work in silence, your success will make the noise.
But you're making noise by telling me off.
The only time you're allowed to make noise in the library is when you tell someone else not to make noise in the library. So I will permit what you just said, but nothing else. By the way, you shouldn't slouch in your chair. It's stunting your growth.
But after Gumball's had enough of her, like anybody would, he decides to absolutely crash out and send seismic waves through the universe with just his words.
Maybe you should check your privilege.
I just meant that eating too much processed food is a big factor in weight gain, and
what? Big people shouldn't be proud of who they are?
Of course not. I mean, ask your doctor and he will tell you.
He? Why would you assume the doctor is he? Is it because you assume a woman can't be a doctor?
What is this?
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
Him doing that was pretty crazy, but what else is crazy is Gumball's ability to absolutely destroy the fourth wall. And we see this so many times in the show, like in the episode The Signal, where Gumball and Darwin realize that they're trapped in a TV show, and in the rerun, where we see him rearrange subtitles. In episodes, we even see Gumball stopping transitions and talking to the camera. But what's even crazier is that he is so powerful that we see him leave reality for a commercial and interact with the president of Cartoon Network.
Hi, Mr. President. You know, I've been thinking that on Children's Day, it would be fun if Darwin and I were thinking that first we would allow everyone to bring their favorite reptiles, and then we would fire everyone and fill the water coolers with ice cream. No commercials, no Ben what's-his-name, fireworks in the elevator, play fruit ball every hour, or maybe every 15 minutes. Can we do it? Can we do it, please?
He knows he's fictional, and he knows he's the main character, and that's what makes him so deadly. But what could possibly be more powerful than that, you may ask? Well, now we have to look at Gumball's final form, 100% power, and this is his anime transformation. We find this in the episode The Past, where Gumball turns into Goku and goes Super Saiyan, which is already crazy. In Dragon Ball, going Super Saiyan makes you 50 times stronger than normal, but Gumball doesn't just stop there. there. He goes even further. He hits Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2 is like normal Super Saiyan, but way more intense. The hair's spikier, there's lightning all around you, and you're basically either super mad or super hype. It's about 100 times stronger than normal strength, which is already insane considering how strong we've already found that Gumball is. But here's the part you really gotta pay attention to. If Gumball actually had Saiyan powers, then every time he got beat up or hurt, he'd get a Zenkai boost. That's something Saiyans get in Dragon Ball. When they survive a big fight, they come back even stronger than before. So if Gumball kept fighting and getting back up, he would keep getting stronger and stronger forever. And he would probably break the whole power scale. Now, everyone knows that Gumball tends to steal the spotlight, but Darwin's the one you really have to watch out for. On surface level, he might seem harmless, but beneath that smile is a fish with serious power. From destroying multiple homes by just sneezing, to literally being able to erase the entire world with just a scream, today we're gonna go over his 7 different levels of strength and find out how strong Darwin truly is, starting with his normal state. And even then, his strength is anything but normal. In the episode The Internet, Gumball decides to confront the Internet, who actually turns out to be a real person. The Internet fights back and starts messing with the crosswalk signals and completely destroying traffic, making cars zoom past each other and crash into each other. While Gumball runs for the sidewalk, Darwin insists on obeying the rules, waiting for the light. Meanwhile, cars keep swerving around him, including a huge semi-truck that he barely dodges. Yet, Darwin stands there completely unfazed, like nothing around him can touch him. Not only can Darwin dodge multiple cars at once without even breaking a sweat, but he also has super speed and can slow time when we bump his strength up to 5% power. In the car, Gumball and Darwin breeze through every chore Mr. Robinson throws their way. They clean the yard of leaves in no time, even sorting them by color. They cut the entire lawn with nail clippers in seconds.
I think they're missing the point.
Done!
What the? Whoa.
And paint their fence multiple times in different colors, without even breaking a sweat.
That'll teach him to mess with Gaylord Robinson.
Done!
Now make it green.
Done!
Orange with purple stripes.
Done!
Yellow with black dots.
Done!
Pink.
Done!
Red.
Done!
Blue.
Done!
Black.
Done!
Yellow.
Done!
And inside, they're so fast that when Mr. Robinson tries to spill juice to make a mess, Gumball swallows it midair before it even hits the carpet. No matter what task comes their way, they handle it like it's nothing. If that's not having super speed mixed with pure skill, I don't know what is. And that's just 5% of his power. Imagine what Darwin's gonna be like at 25% power, 50% power, and even 100% power. But for now, let's see what he's like at 10% power. And something we need to know about Darwin is sometimes he just needs something to be angry at to unlock his true strength. And in the episode The Bros, Darwin gets super jealous over all the attention that Gumball is giving to Penny, basically abandoning their friendship in the process. So Darwin does some passive-aggressive things, to say the least, to get his revenge. At basketball, Darwin targets Penny, blocking the ball and flexing all that fish strength on her. LeBron who? And if you think this was just a one-time show of strength, think again. Because in the remote, when the whole family goes to war over the remote, Darwin holds his own with Nicole and Richard, who we've already shown have incredible strength. But that's not even it, because in the mustache, Gumball and Darwin wish to become men and accidentally get their wish when Richard mixes up their cereal with Male Power 2000 supplements. And as any growing boys, they start to get pimples, grow facial hair, and gain huge muscles. But their new strength isn't just for show. It's powerful enough that Gumball hurls a dodgeball with such force that he blasts Tina straight through a solid wall. That's not normal kid strength. That's superhuman, cartoon-level power capable of flattening anyone in their path. And while it wasn't just Darwin by himself, it shows just how strong Gumball and Darwin can get, even if it was all just from a breakfast mix-up. And as we go from 10% power power to 25% power, Darwin gets even stronger and gains even more abilities. In the episode The Word, Darwin goes from the sweet, innocent fish we all know and love to a total loose cannon, not holding back and insulting everyone around him. At first, he just wants to stand up for himself, especially with annoying people like Sussy. But after Gumball helps him be more direct,
Say what you think!
When you try and sound smart and mix up your words, you sound like a fool.
Darwin goes all out on everybody. Even characters like Tina, who Gumball gets beaten up by, Darwin shows no mercy. Then we go into a song, with Darwin looking downright evil as he stands on a pile of skulls, like he's a king surveying his kingdom, while the rest of us are nothing but ants beneath his feet. But after that, Gumball can't let it slide anymore, so he calls Darwin outside to settle things Street Fighter style. At first, it seems like it's all just in their imagination, as others around them just looked at them like they were crazy, until Gumball actually sends Darwin flying and crashing into a wall, which means all the stuff we see, like their powers and fights, isn't just in their imagination, but it's actually their first form towards something way more dangerous. So if it wasn't for Gumball, there's a chance that Darwin could have actually destroyed the city of Elmore, or even the world if he wanted to. But next up, we gotta talk about 50% power. And so far, Darwin has already dodged speeding cars, had super speed, and even defied logic of time itself. Yet, that's still just the beginning of how powerful he can really be. And in the countdown, we start to see some of that strength. The episode starts with Gumball and Darwin running late for school, and they only have 6 minutes to get to school or they're gonna be expelled. But then literally from out of nowhere, a countdown appears on screen, and when it gets down to just a few seconds, Gumball crashes into the camera, once again quite literally breaking the fourth wall, but this time it freezes time in Elmore. While everything is paused, they treat their world like their personal playground, messing with people as they're basically untouchable gods. But when they realize the internet and video games don't work in frozen time, they try to restart the clock by spinning the time bar, but all that does is send them to different times in history, from a messed up future where Earth looks like a disaster, to the Big Bang, to even what seems like prophets about to be sacrificed. So yeah, that's already 3 times now where Darwin has broken the fourth wall, changing existence as we know it. But now we finally hit 69% power. Nice. Where we see one of Darwin's most powerful abilities, sneezing. No, I'm not joking. In the episode The Allergy, Darwin starts sneezing like crazy at school. His sneezes get stronger and more destructive, causing chaos everywhere, even leading to his suspension for being a danger to others. Anais figures out that Darwin's sneezing might be being caused by stupidity, since he's been hanging out with Gumball all day, and we know how dumb Gumball can be sometimes, so that wouldn't exactly be a surprise. However, as they try to deal with the situation, Darwin's sneezes just get even worse, destroying multiple homes at once, sending objects and Banana Joe's family flying, with them landing all the way in what seems like China. Darwin tries to exile himself to protect everybody, but when all hope seems lost, it turns out that the whole time he just had a feather in his gills. And he was allergic to feathers, not stupidity. But just when you think it's all over, a crow lands on his head and he sneezes out one last time, breaking the fourth wall and even the camera. However, this wouldn't be the only time this happens. In the episode The Compilation, we go through a bunch of characters who I don't really know what they're doing. I guess just a bunch of anything. But in one scene in particular, we see Gumball and Darwin have a high-pitched voice challenge, and Darwin comes on top, but in the process, he cracks the camera lens. But it's not really the camera, because right afterwards, Gumball says, "I don't think it was the camera." Then the screen completely shatters, revealing the void behind it, which means Darwin is so strong that he can single-handedly erase the world in just a matter of seconds, just because of his high-pitched voice. And since afterwards, the episode jumps right back to normal like nothing ever happened. This could mean that Darwin has the power to delete and restore the world at will, showing that he's not just Gumball's sidekick and can be more powerful than we thought. But even after destroying houses, sending characters and objects flying, and erasing the world as we know it in just one squeak, Darwin's chaos is far from over. In the Inquisition, we get introduced to Superintendent Evil, who doesn't like anything about the cartoon world, and one by one, he turns every character into animated humans, and then eventually actual humans. So Gumball and Darwin try to escape, and in the only way they know how, by using cartoon logic. When Darwin specifically clones himself, as he goes out of one locker to another, as well as squish and stretch his body thin enough to squeeze right through a vent, something Gumball couldn't do before, which shows that over time, Darwin has slowly learned how powerful he really is, pulling off things that Gumball couldn't even do. Not just because he's one of the main characters, but also he lives in a cartoon world where anything is possible, making Darwin easily one of the strongest characters in the series. But now, let's turn it up a notch and try to see what Darwin's true strength would be like at 100% power. And you might be thinking that we've already seen Darwin at his strongest, going from a kind of gentle fish to almost destroying the entire world with just his voice. So what could possibly top that? Well, it turns out it's actually far simpler than you'd think. Love. Now, you might think I'm crazy, but honestly, something as simple as Gumball and Darwin's connection is what actually makes them so unstoppable. And that kind of love is the strongest power there is. In both the Origins Part 1 and 2, we see how Gumball and Darwin started out as kids. Darwin begins as just a regular goldfish, but his love for Gumball is so strong that despite the odds, he literally evolves, growing legs and lungs to become a true part of the Watterson family, all just to stick by Gumball's side. Gumball and Darwin just click. When they team up, nothing can stand in their way. And we've seen in my video about how strong is Gumball, that Gumball is powered up beyond Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, with faster speed, stronger attacks, sharper hair, and lightning crackling all around him. This leaves Darwin as Vegeta, making them the most powerful duo. They've shown that they can do this multiple times, thanks to their crazy close bond. We're just lucky they haven't fused yet and used it for bad. But now let's go and see how powerful their sister Anais is, starting with her normal state. And in this state, her strength is anything but normal, because at just 1% power, she can lift people 10 times her size. And we see this in the episode The Castle. And in this episode, we see her do this in the middle of a disaster where Richard accidentally let the whole neighborhood party in his house. But throughout the chaos, they make the mistake of letting Harold into the party, who seems to have a weird obsession with poking people, which Anais gets fed up with pretty quickly.
We learned a lesson today. Freedom is a beautiful thing, but too much of it is... Hold on a second. And stop poking people!
But this is only the beginning of Anais' strength, because we're only at 1% power. Later in this video, we're gonna look at what Anais is like at 25% power, 69% power, and even 100% power. But things are already ramping up at just 5% power, at which point she unlocks multiple new abilities. And she uses that big brain of hers to do some absolutely insane things. One of which being in the episode The Safety, where Anais does some extremely complicated hacking, which is super impressive for a 4-year-old.
H-A-C-K, hack. Press enter. Really? Hack? Just kidding. Actually, I bypassed the storage controller, tapped directly into the VNX array head, decrypted the nearline SAS disks, injected the flash drivers into the network's fiber path before disabling the IDS, routed incoming traffic through a bunch of offshore proxies, accessed the ESXi server cluster in the primary data center, and disabled the inter-vSAN routing on the layer.
Yeah, that was crazy. And what's even more crazy is the fact that you're not subscribed. Yeah, you're not slick. But if you thought hacking a computer was impressive, you clearly haven't seen the episode The Password. In this episode, Anais changes the password on the computer so that she can have it all to herself. And when Gumball and Darwin find this out, they literally explode from anger.
Oh, good luck logging in. I changed the password.
We're only at 5% power, and Anais has already lifted a man 10 times her size, did super complicated hacking on a computer, and made Gumball and Darwin explode from anger. But we haven't even scratched the surface of her true strength yet. So now let's bump it up a notch to 10% power. And here, she unlocks a bunch of more unique powers, starting with when we see her insane fighting skills in the episode The Pest, when Gumball and Darwin accidentally walk in on her training. while you could argue that anyone could have karate skills like this with enough practice, what I really think is insane is the weird thing that she ends up doing to Gumball's face. Anais's pure aura is enough to make her enemies literally quiver in fear. You do not want to mess with my girl Anais. But let's take a step back from her pure strength in terms of fighting and look at a moment that shows how smart and analytical she really is. And we see this in the episode The Parking. In this episode, the Watersons cannot find a parking spot. So after following old ladies, Anais decides they need a more analytical approach.
Now take guide number 2. Notice he doesn't have a wedding ring. He's on his own. He doesn't have to wait for anyone. He'll get out of here quickly. But observe the tan mark on his wrist where his watch should be. This means he's sloppy, inattentive, forgetful.
Okay, what's your point?
He can't remember where he parked.
And while this might just seem like the case of Anais being smart, if she can actually identify things like melatonin level on people's skin, imagine what else she could do. But we're about to find this out, as now we're moving on to see what she's like at 25% power. And this is where we start getting more of a glimpse into how powerful she really can be. Like in the episode The Puppy, where the Watersons are tasked to take care of a turtle. But if it wasn't obvious already, this is the farthest thing from your normal turtle, as it goes around throughout the episode literally trying to kill the Watersons. But just as Darwin blows it up in a van, and they think that the turtle's dead, something completely unexpected happens.
No! This can't be possible! No! Well, I guess there's no getting rid of it. We'll have to keep it for as long as it lives.
How long do they live?
130 years.
This means that Anais is the only one with enough balls in the Watterson family to actually capture this demented creature. And as we see throughout later episodes in the show, they actually keep it in a glass jar. And I would assume Anais would have to be feeding it, because you would assume this thing would die without food. But at the same time, maybe they wouldn't want to feed it so it dies faster, and it can actually just survive without food. But either way, Anais is taking care of the most deadly pet in Elmore, and that's a fact. But we see even more of how deadly Anais can be in the episode The Fridge.
All we need is a little time to come up with the
Darwin?
I don't know about you guys, but something about seeing Anais as a psychopath killer bunny is absolutely terrifying. And I would not want to run into her if I was playing paintball in the woods. But now, let's take a look at what Anais would be like at 50% power. And this is where things really start ramping up, because at 50% power, she unlocks the ability to drive an invisible car. No, I'm not even joking. And we see this in the episode The Check, where Louie gives the kids a check for being their favorite grandchildren. But what they initially thought would be a really lame low amount of money actually just turns out to be $5,000. But because they're the Watersons and they can't decide how to split the money, Nicole ends up stealing it and driving away in her invisible car, which ends up in an invisible car chase with the entire Waterson family. But Anais specifically during this invisible car chase is shown to have some really impressive invisible driving skills. And if her stealing a check in slow motion from Richard in his invisible truck wasn't impressive enough, throughout this chase, she manages to stay ahead, outmaneuvering all of them until they end up back at the bank to check it, where they all end up crashing, just to have Louie come back and reveal that the check was actually only worth $50. But not even this can compare to Anais cutting an entire bus in half. And we see this in the episode The Worst, where at the beginning of the episode, she walks through multiple people, and just overall causes chaos throughout the entirety of Elmore, just purely because she's in a bad mood that day. But whatever you do, when Anais is in one of these moods, do not let her near a school bus. Well, Yup, I warned you. But now it's time to move on to 69% power. Nice. And here we start seeing some of her weirdest powers. One of which including merging with another human being. And we see this in the episode The Parasite. And oh man, this has to be one of the most impressive things Anais has ever done. The episode starts with Anais being absolutely obsessive and trying to be friends with a girl named Jody, even though she clearly wants nothing to do with her. And let's just say Anais is doing way too much. From buying her an entire vending machine of snacks, to saving her from dodgeballs, and paying for her lunch. But eventually, it goes too far, when Gumball and Darwin find out that they merged together and became one.
Jody, do you need a tissue? Or a bucket?
Hey, get off my sisters! Everything!
Leave us alone!
Getting away! Kinda.
Gumball and Darwin immediately assume that Jody is the problem, so they track them down and set up an elaborate trap to catch them. And when they end up in the nurse's office, this is where it gets revealed that Anais is actually the social parasite, and this is just really creepy.
All I wanted was to borrow a pen. I can't accept this. Okay.
Yeah, I would hate to be friends with Anais. Imagine being sucked into becoming friends with someone at your school that you already don't like, and then take it a step further by literally merging with you without your consent. Now, we've already seen some absolutely crazy stuff in this video, and I bet a lot of you are already shocked at how strong Anais really is. But now, let's look at an episode of the show where I think Anais finally uses 100% of her true power. And this is in none other than the episode The Rival. And in this episode, it takes place 4 years ago when Anais was just born, and somehow, this is when she's the most powerful. The episode starts with the Wattersons going through the hospital drive-thru, because apparently that's a thing, and after she's born, she immediately gets to business. This literally leaves Gumball and Darwin coated in cement, but this isn't even the end of it.
And Mr. Daddy?
And where are we?
Oh, we're the flowers?
Oh, right.
And she does so many more straight up just evil things. From putting Gumball and Darwin in front of a moving truck to getting them in trouble with their parents. She acts like a straight up psychopath as a baby. And that's not even the end of it. She explodes them with a bomb, tried to drown Darwin, makes Gumball take a bath in boiling water, puts a bomb in Darwin's toy, clogs their arteries with sugar from cereal, gives them a bag with hundreds of live bees, and tries to push them into lava. And at the end of the episode, she says her first words, which is literally just blaming Gumball for getting them into that situation.
Yes? Gumball did it!
Huh?
She has to be one of the smartest and most evil newborns on the planet, and that's what makes her so terrifying. But what's even more terrifying is Richard Watterson's strength. And let's go over this, starting with his normal state. And in this state, his strength is anything but normal, although maybe not in a positive way. At 1% power, he unlocks the ability to do something no human has ever done. No one believed it was even possible. He beat the game no one has ever beaten before. Calculator, or as Richard calls it,
Calculator.
Richard is so dumb. His sheer dumbness while using a calculator managed to explode his computer. In the episode The Brain, it's confirmed Richard's brain is smaller than amoeba. As we will see later in this video, Richard is able to destroy the entire universe by just existing. He is completely unpredictable, and that's the strength that's the most terrifying. But now we're on to 5% power, and things from here are really gonna start to get crazy, as with his newfound strength, Richard gets karate skills that matches Nicole's, super strength, and so much more. In the episode The remote, he rips the car door off with his bare hands, which already puts him well above the average person in terms of strength. But then he proceeds to catch a remote in slow motion and somehow manages to run about 2 to 3 times faster than Gumball and Darwin, which is pretty impressive considering his size. And I was curious about how big Richard really is, so after a quick Google search, I found out he weighs a staggering 3,108 pounds. Him running at that speed, considering his weight, is super impressive, and not really even physically possible, which just shows how powerful Richard really can be. Bro is literally defying logic, but that's not the only thing he does in this episode. Later on, he gets in a fight with Nicole over the remote, and as we can see, he actually keeps up with her pretty well in this fight, which again is super impressive considering that Nicole is literally a master at karate, compared to Richard, who straight up just sits on the couch all day watching TV. It is crazy to me that Richard can do all this. But what's even more insane is the powers he unlocks at 10% power. And in this state, Richard is really starting to do some damage. And we start to see this in the episode The Joy, in which Gumball and Darwin wake up in a really bad mood on a Monday morning. But Richard, seeing this and being the good dad that he is, decides to give them a hug. But not just any hug, a wonder hug, which seems pretty innocent at first. But it turns out later in this episode, the joy virus that Gumball and Darwin got from Richard's wonder hug starts spreading to everyone at school, causing a weird zombie apocalypse type outbreak. So far in this video, we've seen Richard create new viruses, master karate skills, super strength, and so many other crazy things. But now we're about to ramp it up by going to 25% power, where Richard can lose weight and become chiseled like a Greek god. In the episode The Diet, Gumball and Darwin force Richard to go on a diet because bro is just eating too much food. But Richard took the diet too far and accidentally became super ripped, which would usually be seen as a good thing. But instead, he became super egotistical and started traveling around the world and being a public nuisance. And eventually, this goes too far when he goes to a house that's on fire and starts posing as a sexy fireman, with the only hose to put out the fire in his hand. And what's even more crazy is the fact that he absorbs this taser like it's breakfast.
Oh my gosh, it's just making his abs more defined.
But then Richard remembers about food.
Could also really go for a taco right now. There's this place I know where they toast the tacos first, then maybe a burger.
But now we're on to 50% power. And this is where his strength goes from, yeah, somewhat possible, to being a straight up cartoon god and breaking the laws of physics. And in the episode The Console, we really start to see his true strength. Basically, for the concept of this episode, the world of Elmore is an RPG video game. Everyone else has pretty normal powers that seem in line with their character, like Nicole having the I'm not angry, just disappointed attack, and Carrie having the stop hitting yourself attack. But then Richard comes out being like 1,000 times bigger than the boss, looking like a god, and uses his Ring of Fire attack, which deals the last blow, completely destroying the boss. And if specifically him turning into the most powerful creature isn't saying enough, there's more. For example, another episode which shows Richard's dumb levels of strength is in the menu, and it starts with him relaxing on the couch, just to randomly get up and run through hundreds of buildings and a boat like it's nothing. Speaking of which, bro was running so fast, he was running on water. But how fast was he really going to do this? Well, right after we see him run through the boat, we see that a camera on Elmore Highway captured him running at 200 miles per hour. And I was curious, so I looked it up, and you would have to run 11,180 meters per second to generate enough force to run on water. And considering he was running at 200 miles per hour on the highway, that means he was only running at 89.41 meters per second, which means Richard must have been running at 25,005 miles per hour, which is 6 times faster than the sound barrier. Anyways, it turns out Richard did all this just because he overheard Gumball talking about a secret item on the Joyful Burger menu. So after this, he sets out on a mission to find out what this is. And it turns out the only way to do this is eating a burger from every single Joyful Burger in town. So Richard does this, and in the meantime becomes morbidly obese, all just to find out that the secret item on the Joyful Burger menu is just kind of a normal burger, except with slightly more diabetes. It's actually crazy to me that Richard Watterson can eat this much food without dying. That's gotta be a power in itself. But things are about to get a lot crazier, because now we're on to 69% power. Nice. But on a serious note, there's a scene in the box in which Richard completely defies the laws of reality. Let's break this down, because this was a lot. For some context, Richard was speeding down a highway to save the president from some robbers. But thankfully, my boy Richard Watterson is somehow able to use his crazy driving maneuvers to swerve the car without stopping at all, jumping out of the car, canceling all his momentum. But to make it even crazier, then he dodges a rocket from a rocket launcher, beats up a dude with insane karate skills, and then completely rips off a steel door from the president's vehicle with his bare hands. All of the things he did here are completely impossible to do as a human, and I believe this is only a fraction of Richard's true power. But now, let's try our best to understand how powerful Richard truly is using 100% of his strength. And we see this in the episode The Job, where, as the title implies, Richard gets a job. But there's a problem with this. Because Richard is the laziest man in Elmore, the universe literally can't handle him getting a job. So the universe starts breaking around him. The weird things start with it always being night at food and stuff, snowing in June, and random senior citizens floating. After the Wattersons find this out, they have to stop him. So they get on his tracks and have Larry held captive in the car. And the reason they do this is so they can get him fired on the spot and prevent breaking the universe. But this wouldn't be any easy task, because the closer they get to Richard, the more the universe starts breaking around them. And as he's about to go to the door to deliver his first pizza, it seems that the universe will completely collapse if he delivers this pizza. And in this moment, all hope seems lost. And when Richard gets fired, the universe goes back to normal. Richard is literally so powerful that the universe cannot handle him having a job. Well, I guess that's one good excuse for not wanting to work. But now, let's level up and see how strong the strongest member of the Watterson family really is. Nicole. Starting with 1% power. And in this state, her strength is anything but normal. The first power 1% strength gets her is super strength. And we see this in the episode The Fight, where Nicole walks up to Mr. Rex's warehouse, and bro is literally 100 times bigger than her, but she just fearlessly storms in there and beats the ever-living hell out of Mr. Rex.
Well, that's fine by me. Well, I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. Goodbye, Mr. Rex.
That was already pretty insane, but still, while being at just 1% power, she can take over entire civilizations. And we see this in the episode The Choices, where Nicole looks over all the potential outcomes of her life if she got with different partners. And a lot of those were either too controlling, straight up weird, or just straight up resulted in death. But in an alternate universe where Nicole stayed single, she would have literally conquered the planet as a half robot. Now, that's already pretty insane, but that was only 1% power. Now we're gonna look at what Nicole would be like at 5% power, and things are gonna start to get crazy, as with her newfound strength, Nicole can literally run faster than the speed of sound. In the episode The Theory, when traffic was trash and the kids were late again, Nicole just casually stepped out of the car and started demolishing every vehicle that stood in her way. People were just trying to get to work, and she was out here playing real-life bumper cars. After clearing the road like a boss, she zoomed straight past the sound barrier.
What? We travel faster than the speed of sound. Give it a second.
Have a nice day.
There you go.
But don't let her super strength distract you from the fact that Nicole goes full-on Superman mode when her kids are in danger. In the episode The Mothers, the boys got themselves into trouble, and Nicole, being the godly being that she is, senses it and literally turns into Superman. Nicole just starts demolishing everything in her way and punches someone so hard that they break the ramp and literally get embedded into the wall. Elmore citizens better have insurance. That was so insane because she's literally only at 5% power, and she gets so much stronger later in this video. You have to watch to the end. And what's even more insane is in the episode The Choices, when Nicole casually leaps over a single butterfly to leap over an entire crowd of people. And she doesn't even leave a scratch on the butterfly. It just flutters away like it was blessed to be her launch pad. Physics just got straight up denied. But now we're on to 10% power. And with 10%, she starts physically evolving. And one of the best examples of this is when when Nicole literally turns into Pat God.
You're a thieving, bottom feeding, money grabbing crook. People like you are squeezing the very last cent out of hardworking families. You're the reason ice caps are melting and baby polar bears are homeless.
Like, geez, I would hate to be Larry in this situation. She also evolves in a bunch of other ways in the show, but we see even more of Nicole's strength and literally transforming in the episode The Authority, when Granny JoJo comes over and starts arguing with Nicole over her bad parenting techniques. Nicole gets super mad in the heat of the moment, and she snaps and becomes a demon for a second.
What are you doing, sweetie?
Just making a sandwich.
Well, let me show you how to do it safely. Good luck trying to stop me, Nicole. I've safe-proofed this whole house. Everything breakable is now plastic. Everything else is rubber. Apart from that, which was paper. A good mother prevents accidents before they happen. I am a good mother! Say it! Say I'm a good mother!
But now we're at 25% power, and this new transformation unlocks a ton of powers. It all starts with a normal family shopping trip. And by normal, I mean Gumball, Darwin, and Richard nagging her nonstop for candy like their lives depend on it. After the kids and Richard try as many tricks as they can to get candy from Nicole, she finally snaps. Her eyes turn glowing demonic yellow, her teeth sharpen into literal fangs, and claws come out like she's mid-Pokemon evolution. And she plunges them all into darkness like she's summoning the apocalypse. Shelves are flying, people are screaming, and Nicole is officially in complete rage mode. Oh, and let's not forget, just before all this, she went to get a free massage to calm herself down. Just a little relaxation, a little peace. Anyway, she continues her rampage throughout the store, and then comes the mall security. Poor guy. He actually tases her, and it works for like half a second, but then Nicole eats that voltage like it's an appetizer. She doesn't even flinch. And then she just grabs him by his collar and stares directly into his soul. And at that exact moment, he ages 20 years. That's right. Just by looking at her, this man goes into retirement. That taser might have worked on a bear, but Nicole evolved through it. This isn't just mom rage. This is a full-blown supernatural event. This is nothing compared to what she does when she reaches 50% power. And things are about to get crazy, because at 50% power, she evolves into Hulk mode. In the episode, The Money. After their family loses all their cash and everything seems to be falling apart, Nicole snaps under the pressure of holding everything together. Her body transforms, squared up jaw, and a terrifying presence that makes everyone back off. She doesn't go wild, but her sheer size and insanity radiate one clear message. Don't even think about messing with her.
Step back! She's gonna severely reprimand him!
Don't worry, kids! I'll calm her down with my irresistible charm!
We're broke.
The best part about this form is that only Richard is capable of stopping it through his sweet old jolly fatness. But it only gets more crazy with 69% power. Nice. In the episode The Castle, the boys are left home alone, with Richard being in charge, which you know is never a good idea. But anyways, while he's in charge, he lets a bunch of people into the house, and he's too nice to tell them to leave. So much so to the point where people literally start living there. At the end of the day, Nicole gets back home and looks particularly mad, knowing something's wrong. And when she goes inside and sees the mess, someone makes the fatal mistake of disrespecting Nicole.
You're going to clean this place until it looks better than when you arrived. Then you will leave and never come back.
Or what?
Now, if you think I'm exaggerating, get this. When Nicole is mad enough, she straight up turns into a killer robot. And not metaphorically either. And in the episode The Pizza, when society in Elmore collapses, Nicole has to protect her family. Some wannabe bandits pull up thinking they can take on Nicole. And no, that doesn't happen. Nicole straight up wipes them to the floor. One guy even got killed with her only blowing wind at him. She's out here doing Naruto techniques like it's light light work. One thing's for sure, if she ever wanted to take over Elmore, nobody could stop her. And now, finally, we arrive at Nicole's ultimate and most powerful transformation. This is her using 100% of her power. This is the anime form. But before deep diving into her abilities at this stage, it's important to understand how Nicole became a master of martial arts in the first place. As a child, Nicole and Yoki Yoshida practiced karate under the guidance of Yoki's father. They were not only sparring partners, but they were also best friends, each strong on their own, but unstoppable when they're fighting together. Their bond was deep and their skill sets were absolutely unmatched. Everything, however, changed during the final round of Elmore's karate tournament, when Nicole and Yuki faced each other in the ultimate showdown. Yuki was more skilled and overall had better fighting skills, but Nicole's unshakable will pushed her beyond her limits, and in the end, she emerged victorious. But victory came with a price. Defeated and dishonored, Yuki was forced to leave America and return to Japan, where she continued training, driven by a single purpose: one day to return and reclaim her honor by defeating Nicole. For Nicole, the cost was far greater. She had lost her closest friend. From that day on, she vowed to never practice karate again. But now that day has come. Yuki is back in America, and she wants to claim her revenge. But Nicole didn't want to fight her friend, so at first, Yuki tried to annoy her with some pretty childish behavior. However, Yuki, being her best friend, knew right away what would make her fight her. Given the Yoshida's family wealth and influence, Yuki threatened to have Nicole fired and even take away her home. And this was the final straw. Yuki and Nicole meet at the school gym for a final battle. Their appearances also changed to fit an anime battle. Right away, the two start fighting. They begin exchanging punches so vicious and fast that the human eye is not capable of seeing them. Both Nicole and Yuki are equal in the fight as well, until Yuki decides to spice things up a bit by using her special energy attack, resembling the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball. But fear not, guys, because Nicole has an ace up her sleeve. She successfully blocks Yuki's attack with an energy shield. The two begin bombarding each other with energy balls until Nicole finally struck one final punch, finally defeating Yuki. After Yuki is seemingly defeated, Nicole offers her a chance of redemption, but Yuki is unable to swallow her pride and attacks, resulting in the roof collapsing and trapping their children. Unable to lift the debris on their own, they unite their powers and finally free their children. In the end, the two of them apologized to each other and became friends once again. The anime form has everything: super speed, super strength, fiery eyes, energy manipulation, Kamehameha. This form literally has everything. Nicole Watterson is the most unstoppable mom in cartoon history. From Gumball increasing his animation budget to an anime fight in the Dragon Ball Z art style, today we're gonna be looking at every time the wonderfully weird world of Gumball has changed its animation style. Starting in the episode The Assistant, in which Nicole finds a new friend. But the only problem is that this new friend is an AI that wants her to completely abandon her family. However, Nicole does not see the red flags that this robot is putting up, and decides to buy a virtual reality headset. The world that Nicole went to after she put on the headset was done in a completely different animation style. They use this vibrant, colorful hyperpunk anime style, very similar to how the singer Hatsume Miku is animated. Next, we have The Distance. In this episode, the family are concerned about how close Gumball and Darwin are getting, so Nicole puts them in separate rooms, and Gumball is not taking it very well. They try everything they can to speak to each other, but it doesn't work. One of the ways they try this is by talking together in a chat room, and we see that the chat room is actually a Club Penguin ripoff, and we can even see Gumball and Darwin animated in the Club Penguin art style, with them being pandas for some reason. Next, we have The Thing. In this episode, Richard needs to figure out what the thing is that Nicole wants from him. He tries to get Nicole to give him a hint, but she is not having it and straight up crashes out. She gets so angry and screams so hard that she changes animation style. This is actually something the animators would do a lot in the previous seasons whenever Nicole got mad. Now we have The Traffic, and in this one, the family are going to Daisyland to fulfill one of Anais's biggest wishes, but the car ride there is absolutely nightmarish, with almost everything going wrong, and them even being stopped by the cops. Anais tells them it's fine and that she's okay and not going. but the rest of her family will not let that happen and get purple flame aura around them, similar to the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventures. The animation style also changes to something similar to JoJo's. Now we have the boring. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin make Tina extremely mad, and they need to prepare for a fight. Luckily, Molly is here, and her stories are so boring, time literally stops, giving them all the time they need to train for the fight. After Gumball and Darwin have finished their training montage, they are about to hit Tina with a lightning bolt of death. And as they do the move, the animation style changes to a more comic book-esque style. However, after all the hype, and even the animation changing, the lightning bolt was pitiful and useless. The entrance is next, and in this episode, Gumball and Darwin want to make a grand entrance into Tobias's house party. When getting prepared, they find this new cologne, and when they spray it, they become absolutely insane with this massive goofy grin. They then try a bunch of different outfits, similar to how different celebrities dress during the Met Gala, and this scene, along with all the other scenes after they use the cologne, are animated differently. The letter is next. In this episode, Darwin writes Carrie a love letter, but he discovers that Carrie absolutely hates love letters. He takes the letter back, but then accidentally gives it to Hector. Darwin gets really worried, but Hector gives the note back. But unfortunately for Darwin, it was not the original note, and Carrie finds out, thinking that he's cheating on her with Hector. She then turns into multiple different demonic forms, with different art styles, and specifically in the last form, she took a very similar animation style to one of the bosses in Cuphead. The gourmet is up next. In this episode, Gumball absolutely needs Masami's gourmet mac and cheese. So in order to do this, he spends time at her house. Masami's mom, Yuki, then trains Gumball to become worthy of having the mac and cheese. But Nicole isn't having any of this, and she goes into the Yoshida's house. When she sees Yuki at the front door, they're about to have an anime fight, with the animation style changing to fit this. If you remember the previous time Yuki and Nicole were in an episode, they also had a big anime fight scene, with a different animation style. Next, we have the pool. In this episode, the boys are absolutely melting, and really want to go into Mr. Robinson's pool. They ask him multiple times to let them use their pool, but he keeps denying them. But eventually, they decide to ask Mrs. Robinson, who initially seems okay with it, but under one condition. They have to wear concrete shoes. When she gives them the shoes, she gives an extremely evil grin, with the animation style changing to become more dark and realistic. The final episode of Season 7 we're gonna look at is the Amadean. In this episode, Penny wants Gumball to join her family function, the only issue being that her family is completely crazy, with them all having these strange rituals and not accepting Penny being out of her shell. Eventually, they put a bag over Gumball's head and basically kidnap him. The animation of this POV shot with the bag on Gumball's head is extremely realistic for some reason, maybe because it looks more intense. The first episode of Season 8 we're going to be looking at is the Unfollow. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin's biggest fan Sarah stops caring about them. They both get really upset by this and try everything they can to get Sarah's affection back. They first try making their humor more highbrow, and what's more highbrow than Skibbity Toilet? So they turn into Skibbity Toilets, even moving around like them. This doesn't work, so they decide to increase their animation budget, which makes their animations look like an old Disney cartoon. Next is the promposal. In this episode, Gumball is expecting a massive prom invitation from Penny, but she has absolutely no idea what to do. Gumball's expectation has been growing and growing, so Penny gets worried and tries avoiding Gumball. She even wears a meatloaf costume at lunch, so she doesn't have to confront him. This meatloaf costume has a really realistic animation style for some reason. Now we have the synthesis. In this episode, we have Nicole and Yuki again, trying to get the respect of their daughters. They realize that the only thing they can do to impress them is to literally fuse and become Nikoshida. They then try and completely fail to impress the class, causing Masami and Anna Yeast to fuse and fight Nikoshida. The fusion scenes and the fight scene are all done in the Dragon Ball Z animation style. The labels are next. next. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin get a new guidance counselor after Mr. Small gets fired. The new counselor gives all the students one-word descriptions of themselves, which really messes up their minds. Eventually, Gumball and Darwin get tired of this, so they then try to stop the new guidance counselor. Darwin gives Gumball all the labels, which gives him new powers, and when he gets in his new form, the animation style turns to the style of Sailor Moon. Now, we have the cheap miss. In this episode, Christmas gets canceled because everything is too expensive, so Gumball and Darwin try their best to bring it back. They try everything in their power, but eventually give up until a little sock kid comes and tells them how much of a great job they're doing. This motivates them to deliver more presents, which they get from the Awesome Store. But then Donut Cop starts chasing after them. Gumball starts throwing all the presents at his car, till eventually one turns the car into Jake from Adventure Time, with the animation looking the exact same that it did in the show. Next, we have the score. In this episode, Gumball and Darwin try to help Ocho find anger management, which goes about as well as you might expect. They wonder why Ocho is so full of rage, so Ocho shows them how he has to live, and it's literally a video game. But instead of having to fight off Koopas or Goombas, he has to fight off late bills and bad grades. Gumball and Darwin realize how bad Ocho's life is, so they decide to help him, and we get to see them montaging through many different games. All of the games have an 8-bit animation style, with some of the games actually being copies of real-life games like Bomberman. The Mister is next, and in this episode, Idaho grows a little sprout, which means in his culture that he is now a man. Throughout the course of this episode, we get to see Idaho do more and more adult things. However, each of them fails spectacularly, and his animation getting a bit more textured and realistic. Finally, we have the Necroprancer. In this episode, we see Darwin try to give Carrie a human body, because Gumball can't stand Carrie using his. When we first see Carrie in this episode, we see her in this massive monster-like form, very similar to her final form in the letter. And similar to that episode, she's animated like a boss in Cuphead. Well, those are all the times that Gumball has changed its animation style in the new series. If you guys liked the video, make sure to subscribe. We are so close to 300K.